Hello, 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 beautiful creatures. I am sorry that I am late today, but I had to do some pest control. Yeah, because I had a very, very rude wake-up call this morning. So I woke up like around like 4:30 or a little bit after. Shit, volume. What the fuck? Okay, hang on. Nope, not that. Okay, so I had to do some pest control today. Oh, thank fuck for that. So, because I got like woken up. So I woke up at like 4:30 or something, or sometime after that, and I actually saw a very big spider in my bedroom. And I'm allergic to spider bites. So I had to go out and actually get something that is pet safe. And I just plug it into the wall and hopefully it'll protect me during the night and the spiders won't get into my bedroom. Or they at least won't go there. So I will sleep better tonight. So here's to hoping. But of course, I'm gonna go ahead and thank the lovely Gerard DH and Akred Diaki, Lotharitro, and Silver Ravenwolf for the follow, getting us up to 299, guys. Only one more to go to 300. Because I will not be uploading from yesterday since it was an absolute bust. Because I had to go to the hospital with my friend Blueberry. She is fine. She's actually a lot better today. We went out and she helped me get the pest control thing. I helped her find something. She just didn't want to go out by herself because she was afraid she might collapse. But she's okay. It was just a medication problem. They messed up the medication for her, so but it's being corrected. She's holding her food down. She hasn't collapsed. So hopefully she won't collapse at all. She's eating correctly and she's being monitored, and you know, we're checking in on her. So all of the friends that are close by are checking in, calling, messaging, all that stuff. So she calls me when she just needs to talk or there is a problem, but otherwise everything's totally fine. Just wanted to let you all know everything is good, but I will not be uploading from yesterday because it was an absolute shit show. So I do apologize for that, so we're going to try and stream a little bit longer today. Right, so I wanted to try Farming Simulator because having that rude awakening this morning, I just couldn't deal. I just couldn't deal with it, so I was like, yeah, you know what? No. Oh, we get to... I would like to change my name, please. Hey, here, let's see. Oh, why isn't there a blue color? I'm offended. Hey, let's see. Go with this one. It looks nice. It's good. Those are the outfits that we have. Apparently, what the hell? That's insane. No. We're definitely gonna get separate things. Let's see. Okay, let's pick that one. And oh, we can actually color it different. Hey, Scorpion, how you doing? Ooh. Okay, I like that one. There. Okay, let's see. How you doing, Scorpion? I'm gonna change a little bit with the things later. So I wear glasses, so I'm definitely gonna wear glasses. Here. I'd like to start the short guide here. Mine is toggle map. What? Alright. This is actually really cool. Sweet. Nice. Oh god. What is this thing? This. What am I doing? It's not going too well. Okay. Don't know what I'm doing. This is so stupid. Okay. Not supposed to go fast anyway. Well, this is gonna take some doing. No, fuck this. Getting the AI thing. You let this. Where to now? What am I doing? Fuck, I should have paid more attention. Hello? What the what did I just do? Well, at least that's being cultivated. Okay, there's a question mark over here. Or an exclamation point. Well, I'm still, like, figuring this out, so I don't even know. Wait, where did my thing go? Oh, it's over there. Not done. Goddamn. Okay. Okay, they have completed the task. Now what? Now what do I do? Okay. I don't even know anymore. You know what? I'm just gonna hire the ant. Okay, hang on. Wrong season for this. Alt. Hey, what is this one for? I don't even know. I need more instructions here. Help! Okay, he's still trying to dot. I don't even know anymore. Help! That was it for the guided tour? Are you kidding? The fuck you mean? No! I am losing money. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Not helping. I don't even know what I'm doing. This is weird. I'm just gonna go. Okay, so where am I going for this tour? Huh? Tell me. Please. Oh, please do. Tell me, where do I go? What is happening? No anymore. This stupid. It should literally point me where I need to go, but it doesn't. I'm like, what? It's not telling me where to go. So, what the fuck is this? Or do I just need to wait until they're done with the cultivation thing? And I'm like, oh. No. Nope. You're not helpful. What the fuck? This tells me nothing. Oh, I made a... You're not telling me what I need to do. So I have no idea what's going on. Nope. Oh my god. There's nothing in this thing. Ugh. I'll figure it out. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. Ugh. I really, really suck at this. I am not good at driving on the PC. Okay. Okay, now what? It's empty. Ugh. Ah, this is not helping. What am I supposed to do here, huh? It's not giving me any instructions. I'm like, what? The fuck do you mean? Thank you for the headpat. I love headpats. Well, this is not helping. At all. What the f- Oh, for the love of... Hmm. The only exclamation mark is there! Yeah, where's the next one? Tell me! Where? I don't even fucking know. I don't even know anymore. I don't even fucking know anymore. What the hell is going on? Oh. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Okay. This is a very big area. Why am I in this one? Okay. Out of this. Fully. Oh boy. This is not helping. Okay. Hey, there's wheat. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Oh. We're going towards 57. Oops. This is not going my way. I am not very good at this. How do I exit this thing? Yes, please. I don't have the slightest idea. Like, maybe not. Maybe not the best idea to try and do this when I don't know the game at all. I'm not so much wanting to do like high-end games currently. Like, usually we do like really bloody games on Fridays, but with the Rude Awakening that I got, I'm like, I can't. I'm sorry. It's not like that I have problems with spiders. Just it was just a rude awakening. I am still trying to figure my stuff out in Minecraft. I had to actually redo a lot of stuff in Minecraft actually, because of the very fact that I had to redo my world because I died and I was like, oh, okay. There goes that. But I got myself a controller and it is pretty nice. Here we go. Find this stupid here. Lucas was really nice to help us out. So we have this cable and it's really nice. Cable makes the playthrough really, really good. We're gonna turn off the camera. There. There's this window. And we're gonna play it. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and just do this one. I haven't gotten very far with this, but it's because I have been doing a different one since I lost everything and I'm like, yeah, I'm not happy with this. So I built myself quite a little house here, but I need to make it a little larger. So we're gonna have our work cut out for us. Definitely. I am on the other hand going to go ahead, settings, and with the thing. Oh, there. Audio. Lower the blocks a little bit. Because thunder has been scaring the hell out of me. 100. Okay. Or is it too low? Too low, isn't it? Darn it. No! This one. That's probably better. Now we can actually hear the music. So I built myself this house. Let's see, do I have that on? Just gonna cut some wool off that thing. So I took it upon myself to get my starter because I didn't have that last time. But we're definitely gonna be getting some wool. Oh, right here. Still there. Hello. Get that. You. He naked. We also turned on the location stuff. So at least we have a few things. This one, we have the hiker guide thing. I'm not going to be building anything currently. I just want to go ahead and find a few things. I'm just done 4. So what we have is this one, and we only got so much of the map right now because we just started. Now, we can find our way home because so this is now our respawn point because I slept in the bed. Respawn here. But if we do die, we do lose our inventory, so we're not going to be doing that. There'll be more of you. Get back here! You. There we go. That's because I want different kind of trees and stuff. So we're trying to just get that. So if anyone wants to play Minecraft, I do have the realm one. I am more than open for it. Just let me know. We're going the wrong way. We want to go that way. Does some map things. Okay, so our home is over there. Ah! Oh, good death. So we kind of built it close. We built it close to the water, and we built it kind of like on top of a thing, on top of a hill. Time. Doesn't look bad. I just want a different color for the roof. I'm going to definitely try and get some different colored stones. Yes, we have been digging under here for some cobblestone, as you can see. Oh, there's some coal here. Definitely getting that. Start. Raven, what are you doing, honey? My black little furball from the Demon Realm is being very curious about the outside. I think she wants to cause havoc and mayhem. Which we are probably fine with. I'm busy right now. It's very, very dark in here. But I hope you all like the new overlays that we got. I love them. Revy is the best. We've been mining a little bit under here, and we've also been mining other places. I'm definitely gonna have to make a bridge. Point. Or I might as well just get me a boat and make a pier. Speaking of, we have made some little steps here. So we can just go up like this. So we have thought about quite a bunch of things. So I did this morning because I just like not think about what's going on with the spider. Okay, let's go ahead and get this one. And okay, my little furball is not letting up. Oh, but with chest. Sold. Okay. I'll put this in here. This away. There. Okay. So the reason why I have like this is because I don't have windows yet. So kind of just like improvising windows for them. Alright, we're gonna go down here. Probably made up here. But oh well. Rayvon. Be like this to mommy. Huh? Hang on, I'm gonna have to let her outside. She's not gonna let up. Be right back. What did you do? The weather isn't bad outside. It's so a little chilly, but not much. Okay, let's see. Onwards to adventure! How do I place this? There we go! What the? How do I? Okay. Oh, this works so much better. Let's see. Ooh, the underwater thing is actually really cool. It's amazing. But being on a boat actually really helps right now. Having a boat. Also, having a chest with is... I think it's really convenient. Okay, we're gonna park here. Oh boy. Okay. I would like to dig into this area. See if we find anything interesting. I'm still looking for more iron chunks because, or the iron, raw iron, because I've only found 3 of them. Hence why the shares than the steel and flint, or flint and steel. I haven't found anything else with them. There's that. Little ted bed. So I kind of just want to dig it down here. Oh, box gravel, but I think this is. Yep, raw iron. Sweet. Okay, at least I found 1. Okay, there's 2. Oh, there's more gravel. Oh. There's more iron. Sweet. Okay, let's see. Should have probably gotten some torches with me, but it'll be fine. For the moment, at least. The gravel. How low can you go? Okay, now we're hitting dirt. We don't want to dig up dirt. Or grander. Ooh, here's coal. Oh. Bollocks. Sorry. Okay, we're definitely gonna have to get more of these. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and torches. Oh, cool. Okay. We got some flint. This, that, and that. So at least we can, we're gonna have that on our person so we can make stuff. Thankfully, it is easy to spot our house from the water. But it's really pretty underwater. Do you say so myself? Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and get all this with us. I'm gonna have to fix this. Because, I want it to look nice, but do that a little later. That's all good. Just gonna make some more pickaxes. We're definitely gonna need this. This. Probably gonna make some more sticks. Here, that should be enough. We're gonna make some stone pickaxes. Because we're gonna need a lot of them. We're also gonna be needing some torches. Just have like 40 of them on us. We already have some coal to begin with, so good. Let's see. We're gonna need... I want one more of these, and we're gonna probably want some shovels. We don't really need the sword because we have it on peaceful currently because I am finding anything. Here. We have 3 raw iron. There was the ground. I made some other doors, I just didn't like them as much as these. I want to get different doors, but I need different type of wood for that. So we're gonna go ahead and continue our little escapade of shenanigans. Let's see. I just want to map a little bit. Because, well, we don't have a lot of the map. Since we can go on the water so fast. I thought maybe a few more of these. What is this stone here? Or is this sand? I don't know. I would like to. Let's see. Sandstone. Okay. So pickaxe it is. Now, getting something new is always good. Well, at least I think so. Ah! I got hit with sand! It's so I drop. I mean, I'm like, oh? Excuse you. Hello? Mother, help! Ow. Get off me! Get off me! I was buried alive! I am not okay with this! Oh, the sand. What the actual loving hell? Why is... You guys see that? Why is it like that? Ah! So stupid. Don't worry, the mobs won't spawn currently because we aren't peaceful. So we're gonna park here. And we're gonna go ahead and continue. So we're gonna set up some torches. So we can actually see where we're going. Thankfully, we got a lot of pickaxes. Okay, not gravel. Just making sure because gravel tends to fall. So we're trying to avoid things that fall on top of us. That problem again. Like with the sand. We got buried alive! That is not good. I still can't do anything with bronze, but we can always use it for something later on. That is not a problem. Okay, let's see. There. Remember, we need to, like, go down. We're gonna have to dig, dig, dig. Ooh, we found a new stone. Sweet. This is really cool. Sure that we have like enough space. I don't know. stuck. Oh! That was loud. Apologies. I'm gonna make sure that we have another one in this section. Around. So usually it's the opposite for like mining and placing, but I was like, yeah, I don't like having placing on the left. I'm gonna switch it up. Ourselves. Everyone's different, so you know. Just do what you're comfortable with. So we have it on peaceful, we're gonna have no mobs. And we're still gonna have to watch that we actually die. Oh, hello! Iron. Raw iron. Yes, please. Absolutely. This is perfect. Any more? Nope. Alright. Still trying to get more of these raw iron. Okay, we're gonna put up some more torches. Like so. So I'm putting them like that so we have like maximum efficiency with it. Sort of. Sort of. I'm not saying 100%. Like a rough estimate. Okay. Okay. So now we're gonna dig to the side a little bit. Yeah, there's stone, actually. It's just that I don't like it. But it's probably used for something. So we might as well. But usually raw iron is in the grey ones? Or is it both? I'm not sure. I haven't seen it in the brown ones. Alright, now it's getting a little dark again. And I think we found raw iron again. Yep. Sweet! Alright, there's a vein here. This. So I will be taking food breaks in between, of course, because I need to eat. Still sick. Still sicky. I will be making sure that I eat. And we will be going normal streaming. Well, as normal as it can get, anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, Scorpion. You're still feeling. There's nothing I can do about that. Fuck! I'm sorry! It keeps scaring me. Yeah, I'm like, oh, oh god. No! Please! Oh, we found more. Oh, why would you do that? Why would you put on the screaming coat? Don't you love me? I'm kidding. That's so good. We have fun and we do shenanigans. It's called Bully the Streamer. Name of the game. Oh, okay. Now we hit dirt. Okay, we got quite far down. I can't see the surface. Well, we might as well dig down. What? Okay. Hey, that was it for digging. Yeah, it's gonna break soon. Very soon. Very, very soon. Yep, there it went. Okay. 2. So no, I wanna get as much raw iron as I can. As much as possible. All the stuff. Okay. There. So this is gonna be like our mining area. Speak. Ooh. Hey, if I find bronze, I'm gonna go get it, okay? You can still use bronze for something. Don't know what yet, so we're just gonna have to figure it out. Sit. That was the bronze pocket. Alright. Ah! Yeah. I need to back X for help. Okay, that was only one. That's okay. So we're gonna use up all our pickaxes, okay? Like, all of them! I don't care how long it takes. We're gonna use them all. Then we're gonna go get new ones. Hopefully made out of iron. It's gonna break soon. There it went. I do love Minecraft. I'm surprised how much I like it, actually, because I never thought I would like it. Because of the low pixel. I'm not sure if it was the low pixels or something else, but I just didn't think I would. Oh, we found raw iron! Oh, okay, we found like a lot of them now. That's so cool. There, that one. And over here, oh, there's another one! Yay! And this one. And this one. And oh, it's another one! That was really cool. I just never thought I would like it, but it is surprisingly relaxing and just really cool. So I'm just playing for myself on a like lone world thing. And I'm trying to get achievements, so if anyone knows of anything, please do let me know. If you want to see me do it, I will try my very best. But I make no promises. But of course, I'm here to entertain and have fun. And I'm gonna ask the question, are you not entertained? Let me know if the music is too loud. I think it might be. Hang on. Un momento. Okay, is that better? Okay, let's have it on, like... Okay, let's have it on 50. I think that should be okay. Okay, we're gonna resume game, obviously. Hello, we're not done yet. How about a long shot? We have, like... We got 3 pickaxes left. Alright. No. Just so I don't have to move as much, I'm just kind of like aiming instead. Alright. And we're gonna put this one here. So we have some more light. Too far. And we struck more raw iron. This was a really good place for raw iron. My friend told me something about making flags with the anvil. So that's something I need to look into. Iron! Iron. Why? 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 I'm gonna keep asking. Why should I? Why would I? Hmm? It's raw iron! Okay, sorry. Raw iron. Okay. Happy? 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 You okay? You good? Kudos? Hmm? Okay, raw iron. Alright. We found more raw iron. I will correct myself. Hey, at least I'll listen to my viewers. Darn it! It broke. Oh, that's gravel. Okay. Ooh. Okay, we've got something new. Cobbled deep slate. Okay. So now we hit kind of a roadblock here. Now we have hit a lot of gravel. And not too keen on mining a lot of that because it tends to fall quite a bit. So we're gonna turn. Ooh. Okay, what do we get? Clay? Alright! Let's get some clay. This is really cool. Well, I find it to be. Let's see. Definitely want this clay. Found lapis lazuli! What? Oh, we found like a vein of it. Oh, that is absolutely wonderful. There we go. Hey, we're finding new things. Good. Very good. Just want to test something out. Yep. Shovel works on the clay. Oh. Also, it works a lot faster on the clay. Wow. Definitely use that. Just goes a little faster with it. Okay. Start digging. Oh! Oh, we're down to our last pickaxe. So when that one breaks, we're gonna go home and make iron bars and make iron tools. From the raw iron that we have gotten. So we have some more light. These are getting a little harder to mine. Currently. Let's see. It's clay. Yep. Doesn't hurt to check. Well, the torches are coming quite in handy. Also, having the controller is really nice. Now it doesn't feel as wonky like with the mouse and keyboard. It was just like, no, I can't even. That's how bad it was for me. I did not like it at all. Thankfully, we can just follow the torches upwards back to our boat. Hey, Mir. How you doing? Oh, thank you for the care package. I appreciate you. Okay, let's do that before we continue because I'm really feeling my fingers. I'm pretty good despite the weather being absolute ass. Well, the weather here is sunshine with clouds. But otherwise, it's good. Also, there's a giant spider in here somewhere. So I'm gonna have to go. You got snow. Well, global warming is a bitch, ain't it? People said global warming wasn't a thing, and now where it should be warm, it's cold, and where it should be cold, it's warm. I'm like, and you said what exactly? Oh yeah, stretch fingers. And water. I also did my posture and I also stretched my legs. Wait, hole? What? But this? What did we find? We got nothing from that? Oh, I'm not disappointed. Alright, that was our last pickaxe. We're going home. Okay. Ozone layer, we burned a hole. God damn it, Deadly, you don't have an AO redeem. I should probably fix that, shouldn't I? I'm sorry. I've been a little bit preoccupied. Why? Ah! There's more coal here. There's our lovely home. We're going that way. Yeah, I need to fix that. I'm sorry. I is very, very sorry. I need to seriously adjust this thing. I don't know how to park, okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. There we go. It's our lovely home. We're just gonna go in here. Okay, so we're putting this here. The gravel. Oh. Yeah. I need a I made too many furnaces by accident. I didn't. It just happened. It's putting the there. Hey, what things? Nom 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 nom. Mm. I'm making a few more chests. There. Yeah. All right. Because I could. Nails. And straight off head. Okay, how's our map looking? Very much. Remind me to never drive with Deadly, I'll most likely die. Stop being such chicken shit. I will try and contact Pearl, drag you to Iceland, and put you in a car with her. You will wish that I had been driving. The nail marks are still on her dashboard. By me. I don't frighten easy, okay? She scares me, man. That takes some serious skill. Okay? We are going on a trip. I gotta just go in and trying to get this map covered. Wait, was that a dolphin? I think yeah. Here are dolphins. Wait. Oh, that is cool. Alright, let's... Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Me trying to steer the boat. It's not going very well. We're going on a trip. Favorite relationship. Oh, dolphin has fell on me. It likes me. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, we're getting off here. And I'm going to climb up. Because we are going to explore. I want to get to some different type of wood. For our lovely home. Yes, I know what I said. Okay. Ooh. Okay, what are we at? Terracotta. Interesting. Let's just grab 64 of these. It was good to have new things. Okay, now we have more than 60, but that's okay. I just thought I'd get a few of these. Why not? Saves me the trouble later. Oh? What is this? Red sand. Okay. Then we're using... Alright. I'll find some more wood. There's a lot of climbing here. Kinda glad we don't have to... So we don't have to worry about, like, any monsters right now, because I have it on peaceful. Not the wood that I was hoping for. Nonetheless. Okay, that's tricky. Darn. Okay, next. I feel like I got really unlucky this time. We're surrounded by desert. Oh boy. Whew. Hello. This is interesting. I know, where did we park that? I forget. Can't really do anything with a rabbit. Gotcha! Oh. Of course the XP fell in the fucking water. Why is it? Because why wouldn't it? There's our boat. There was something here. Let's go! And there's more coal. Hurry! And since we have a chest in the boat, we can actually put stuff away. In there, so we don't have to worry about too much. Staying along the water is not exactly bad. No? Pretty convenient. Oh, this is turning out to be quite profitable adventure. Well, not profitable, but hey, at least we're getting materials. Oh, we are definitely getting a win. Well, that sounds like an issue, not an issue to me. Alright, so we're gonna put this way, this way, this way. This, this. Definitely this, and this. Alright. Out of this one. Oh, darn it. Plan, that was not the plan. I seem to have messed up a little bit here, so fixing it. We fixed the mistake. Alright. I really don't like gravel. My phone is beeping awful lot. Okay, never mind. It was not important. Well, we're gonna have to dig further down. Well, the iron pickaxes will last longer than the stone one. Okay. Well, at least we found more bronze. Done. Right. And moving on. Well, it kind of sucks that we need to actually, you know, rectify mining, or, well, we don't have to, I just want to because, well, we need to go down anyway. Hopefully we can find something. Sorry, I went really quiet. I was just really focused. Kinda wanna see if there's anything more that we can get from down here before we continue too far with the other one. Hey Vampire Gremlin, how are you doing? Doing some Minecraft today, just chilling. Hope that's okay. Hope that it is acceptable. Got a new variation for my sub alerts for when someone gifts several subs. Ooh, nice! That sounds awesome. So we're at 299 followers, guys. We need one more for 300, where I will be doing a fantasy makeup thing on stream, live on stream only. And, we will have some fun with it. I hope to see all of you there as well. Let's see. Alright. Sounds good. Thank you. Oh, really? I might just have to steal that off you. I'm kidding. I would never steal it off you. I have my own thing. So how do you guys find the new overlay currently? I got a new one from a Nyx of the Moonlight. She is currently... she's the same person who did the other ones. I just asked her to change a little bit. I hope you guys like it better than the other one, because I sure do. This is getting to be a lot of work. But we never shy away from challenge. We've gotten quite far. But no luck on anything so far, and I think our inventory is also full. Yep. So we need to go to our boat and put stuff away. Okay. And then we need to go all the way up here. All the way up. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about these. Good thing we're here. No! This is not okay. This is not okay. Ah! Okay, we guess we're gonna just have to use the shovel. No, oh come on, really? This is a bullshit. No! I messed up here, god damn it. Fudge. We filled up the chest. We have a problem. you. Oh, we're not gonna fix that. Okay. Whee! We're gonna go all the way down again. On the road again. On the road again. I'll be waiting on the road again. Okay. Oh, it connects here. Let's do that. Onwards! Okay, we're definitely gonna need... Oh no. Well, damn. That works for me. Gonna get rid of most of this image. At least the stone thing. Wrong thing. Okay. Actually, that was correct. Oh well. Fix. Just gonna make sure that this connects to this tunnel. Because then I don't have to worry about this. Or, frankly, at all. Because then it's still connected. Even though we're fixing the depth. First one. Now we need to show this one. So we're just making sure that this all fits with each other. I'm just gonna get rid of these. Because... well, at least not now, so... we get rid of the gravel too. Or at least as much of it as possible. Let's see. I'm gonna try and get rid of these gravel, as much of it as possible. This will definitely be a perfect spot. Fill in. Here. Got rid of all of that in that stack at least. 15 more gravel left, but I think that's okay. You can fill that up somewhere else. Continue. So we're still trying to see if we can't find anything else, like raw iron or anything at all. Oh, there went that one. But that just means more space in our inventory. It's getting a little dark. not gravel. Good. All right. So, should we stop once we get to, oh, I don't know, 1,000 meters? Or 1,000? On that little marker there. So is that minus 542? So we try and aim for 8,000? Ooh, we found lapis lazuli! Sweet! At least we found one. Okay, never mind. We found two! One right there. I'm gonna... Dad, we're finally hitting something. Patience. Patience is key. What's this? Wait, we found redstone dust? Sweet! Oh, look at us doing all this fun thing and actually getting somewhere. This is wonderful! Okay, this gravel is annoying me. Wait, there's more of you? There was more? That was wonderful. I love surprises like that. It's so cool. Well, I definitely want to try and get to minus 1,000 now. We're at... Whew. Yes, I want to thank Lucas for actually helping getting this wonderful Xbox controller that I'm currently using. Love it. Whew. It's just that we've been mining a lot, so it's actually taking a toll on my fingers. It broke. Meaning, next pickaxe. Let's go! Wait. This is open. See this. Oh, hello. Okay, so we find our way back. Ooh. We found gold! We found raw gold! Sweet! Raw gold! Hell yeah. Let's not fall to our death. I just don't like the idea of falling to my death, okay? There we go. Yes, I found these. So yeah, definitely getting that. There. Oh, there's a theory. Well, at least we found that. Feeling very good about this. Who knows, maybe we'll find something, some other cave in a little bit. Patience is key. Let's see. Well, I'm currently trying to still get more raw iron, but it's going really slow, so I think I might have to go somewhere else. Get more, because I'm not finding any. But I did find raw gold, though. Got to 565. No, not right now at all. I found raw gold though, but yeah. We're gonna have to find another place to mine down. all the good things, all the fun things. I'm jumping up, 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 up. Almost there. We're almost there. We're free! For now. Yeah, it is painful. Very much so. How do you think I felt jumping up all that? I might have to mine here. Maybe I'll find something. Okay, so we're gonna have to go up and then we're gonna have to come back for the other stuff because there's stuff in the boat. Alright. This is gonna be... Yeah, we're gonna have to go another trip. This. Whee! We're gonna have to make more chests as well. Place fast. Phew. Nah, I don't want an iron. Hmm. I don't want them to like my home. Hey, let's see. On this city. Yes, she wants to come in. Oh, wrong box. Oh. I'm gonna have to get some coal. Give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna let Rachel that she's Raylan. Alrighty then. So we're gonna go ahead and make switches. There. That'll be enough. Um, those pickaxes actually last quite a while. Not bad. But do you think we have one more trip to do to our boat? Yes, we do. Lucky that we have such wonderful things. Coast. Hey. Hey, I wonder what we can make with clay, actually. Can't make anything? Really? What do we get for this? This ought to be interesting. We got a brick! We got a bunch of new recipes. Ooh. Interesting. Look, compass. see. Nice. Hey, maybe I should make some gold. Probably a good idea. Hey. Yeah, this works. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, we are in business. The gold thing is worse than the iron one? What the? I don't even understand. You know what? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. What am I doing? I'm doing stupid. Okay, no, what we need to do is we need to actually start mining down here. We'll get some actual... Raw iron here. Let's see. Okay, well, at least we found something. Found lapis lazuli, but not exactly what we were looking for. You know what? Let's meet them. Back on track. Ooh, we found a cave. And that is a very, very big drop. Oh my. But I see raw iron over there. Okay. Long way to fall. This is a very, very long way. You, sir, are insane. How does this work? I don't even understand. What is happening? 180 wishes in Genshin. With my 36 parity on the character banner and a 56 parity on weapon, the only thing that stands left are 11 days. What am I watching? I don't even know, man. I'm just here. I exist. Oh. That could have been close. No! Don't push me in there! Oh, dear lord. I don't even know what's going on anymore. And I'm the one playing this game. I'm like, I don't even know. Apparently, we're playing Hang the Llamas. Shit. I'm sorry, but look at this. He's up there, and they're just floating in there. It's just so stupid. Hi, welcome to the chaos that is, that is my forest. I don't even know what's going on half the time. Here we are. Let's have some fun. Oh, okay, there was nothing there. I don't want to fall to my death. Yeah. Wait, does it count if I go with a waterfall? Or am I wrong? No way! Woohoo! Oh, we got that down here without dying. But what the actual? I can't even. This is too good. Okay, question is, am I gonna hit the lava? Well, if I hit the lava, well, fuck it, let's go! Kamikaze, I guess. Wait, wasn't I trying to get to the... Yeah, I was. Okay, where was it? Okay, where were those... raw iron? Around here somewhere. Find them. I'm definitely gonna need some light. Oh. Luckily, we have enough torches to last us. Too close! Too close for comfort! Thank you! Nope! No thanks. We are not going to our death. Oops. Not what I meant to do, but okay. Here we are. Down. It's like, deadly, why? Because haha funny things. That's why. Hey, at least I'm trying to dig my way out of here, okay? Gotta give me credit for that. Darn. It broke. Okay, let's see how well this thing works. Ooh, raw iron! Right? Wait. Yes? Yes? Sweet! Okay. There we go. Now we can see. Oh, sweet mother mercy, yes! Uh-oh. Okay, now I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble! Okay, now we're good. Just my luck, right? I'm gonna bet is going to come from this one as well. No? Okay, we're safe. No, we're not! Nope! Nope! I said no! No means no! I'm drowning in water. No! 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 Stop it! No more! Please, no more! No! Please! I can't. Please, no. Can we not play Drown? Can we not play Drown Deadly? Please! I would like to live. Okay, where are we? Okay, we're here. Okay, we're past the waterfall! Please! I wanna live! Okay. Okay, we're good. Oh god, no! No! I've had enough of this. I went out. Let me out! Get me out of here! How the fuck do I get out? No! Please! You know what? Oh, screw it. Screw it. We're swimming. Done. Done! I want out. Oh, you're still here! Why? Why are you hanging the llamas? Why? You monster! You monster. I'll take an interesting turn. I never ruined it again. I remember. And before anybody asks, no, I'm not okay. I'm hungry. Yes, I will go eat. Okay, so we are gonna save and quit the game for a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and get myself some food. I am hungry. I am bloody hungry. Okay? I want food. I am craving food. Like, no tomorrow. Okay. So while I'm away, we're gonna have words on stream for you guys. If my computer would actually work with me here. And dear. That looks amazing, by the way. Gremlin. That looks amazing. Alright guys, so you know how to play this game? So, you guys have fun, and I will see you as soon as I am back. Bye! We are back! Alrighty. Let's get back to it, shall we? Hello, Orja! How are you doing, sweetheart? Hello, Demonics. Scorpion. Am I getting bonked? I'm always getting bonked! Get bullied. I'm getting bullied in my own channel. The heresy. Heresy. It is not okay. Alright. So, we are gonna continue on our Minecraft expedition. I'm actually having a lot of fun with Minecraft. You try to bonk me in real life out of love, I am going to smash. I am going to hit back, okay? I will hit back. I feel like I should, like, create a character myself, but I don't know which one. Like, okay, let's make our character and go from there. Hopefully I can change the color. I want long hair. Like that. Okay. So now we have the blue color. Look at me. See. I think this could work. Okay. Let's see about eyes then. We're definitely gonna have them like light blue. Or no, we're gonna have this. Why did the hair color not change color? Hello? Excuse you. What did you do? Why the love? Can you not mess with the thing once I've found the thing that I want? God damn it. I have to find the last thing again. There. Flip. There we go. Stop. This can work. Can work. Eyes. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna go for big anime eyes. Are we gonna go for dots? Big eyes? Let's see. Oh, you sure I don't need like one? Okay. I think these could work, but then I think we should definitely go with like a gray one, so it doesn't match with the... Okay, eyebrows are there, and... Wait. Okay. Whip. Okay, mouths. I think this one works. But I still feel like the hair is off, so hang on a little bit. God damn it, why can't I should probably just get curly hair. Not that. No, that doesn't work either. Okay, this one is just gonna have to be that. Maybe the eyes should be different color. Okay. Okay, I have to admit that works better. Okay. Arms. Really? I have to buy these? Are you kidding? Okay. Style. Stop. Ugh. Not quite. No. Why can't I just change the color on it? God damn it. Stupid. Blah. No. Ugh, no thanks. Hmm. Who in the hell made this? In this being blue. Well, we have a pink tutu, but I would like something different. Is that everything? Oh my god. Why can't I just make my own freaking outfit? God damn it. No. Oh boy. Just gonna redeem these so I have them for later. Actually, I kind of like those. Kind of nice. Those. But now, at least now we have them. I'm just really annoyed that I don't have, like, a blue dress, for example. Like, how can one make an outfit I want? Oh god, no. No. That looks horrible. Oh. Well, not bad. But, not my style, but bad. Oh. No. Definitely not. Mm-mm. Nope. What in the hell? Unicorn, unicorn. Why is this purple? Uchiha, anyone? Oh, sorry. Was it the Akatsuki? Yeah, Akatsuki. Sorry, Akatsuki. My bad. I have corrected myself. So it's like, wait a minute, that can't be right. Hmm. Tentacles with rainbows, apparently. Rainbow tentacles, everyone. Hmm. I just wanted a blue dress. Why? Why did they have to make it so difficult? Come on. Really? I gotta be so mean. Should we just wear this? Nah. This looks better. Oh. Fine, we'll stay like this. I still feel like we're not the right skin tone. Definitely not. There we go. That's the correct one. There we are. No. Sometimes I might want to feel like... So do we want to go this one or this one? I feel like this one is really, really cute. Oh. Maybe we'll find something here. Who knows? Might be something. Lola! Nope. Not quite. Nope. I'm very particular about what I want. Fashion buddies. Ugh, crop top. No thanks. Ooh. Grunge goth. Not quite. Not quite there. What the? Man, these are detailed. I'm very particular about how I want things. Let's see. Nope. Why the crop top? I hate the crop tops. Stop it. Oh, I love my purple. I just want to have some selections. So. I don't... Oh. Alright, let's go ahead and play. Let's continue! I want to get more stuff. Okay. Hang on. I got some message. I need to check. Okay. Now, we shall resume the funsies. Sit. 16. Actually, getting to where we were last time. Let's see. Okay, we need to... I need to start getting some more wood. That's what needs to happen. I did a stupid. We fixed the stupid. Okay, so we need to go upwards. Or do we? I'm wondering where the most forest area is. I think it's over here. I'm just gonna mark so that we don't get lost. And we'll just pick this up along the way. Fuck. Because I need different trees than these. Just while we don't have the flags right now, we're just gonna be using these to help us find our way home. This ought to get interesting. I need to make sure that I see the other one when I get to one of them. Here. This is why I made so many. As well. There's that. Also, it'll be a lot easier to get home in the dark. As well. So we're good on that. Oh, that's some bullshit. I did say I made a lot of them, but we're also going to be getting them back. Since we're going to go a different direction. I'm going to have to get all of these. So we can go into the correct direction and also then put up switches along the way. Because we don't have the flags yet. Or the banners or whatever. Oh, so the reason why we're going back and collecting them is so we go into the correct direction. So then we don't waste any torches. That one's going to be out of sight. So I believe I have put a torch too far away from some of these. Yep. And if there's a torch I missed, oh well. But at least we know! Okay, one is over here, so I'll definitely go this way. I'm gonna do that. Because we need to go that way, so in that case... And this is so the wrong way. Or is it? Hello? Let me up! Let me up! Make damn sure that I'm going the right way. Like, no. I'm going the wrong way. Not this time, Deadly. The map ain't big enough! Hello? Oh, nothing. There's some bullshit! Well, guess I'm gonna have to actually dedicate myself to going on a boat and going towards those other trees. Over there. Is that a village? That's a village! Oh, thank you so much! What are you doing with the torches? So I can find my way home! So I don't get lost! Because I don't have the stupid compass! Oh, trust me, I'm gonna do something even more insane later. I am going to build a freaking path to that village over there. Okay? So from my house, that is literally the gray area. So you see where the green is and the gray area over there? That's where my house is. So, in that direction. So this direction. Straight line. All the way to that big open area with the bunch of sand. So I'm gonna make a freaking path all the way to my freaking house, all the way to there. So what I'm doing with the torches is literally so I can find my way home. But I need to kind of get them back because I have limited resources. And thank you for the pause check, I appreciate you! Okay, let's make sure that I get some wood here. Ah, taka, taka, taka. I have literally lit my path back home. Do, do, do. So now I'm going to make a path from my place to the freaking village that I saw across the water. Opa! So I'm making damn sure that I go home. You bought at me the wrong way. It's in the wrong. I'm not in the wrong. Oh, I got a lot of work ahead of me. Okay. Oh, that was close to the edge. I was like, oh shit, that's gonna get going. Like, it's going. Nope, okay, never mind. It's not gone. Geronimo! Follow the light, follow the light. Ah, yes, here we are. Here is home. Also, just for good measure, we're gonna do this. Because I can, that's why. Ah, home sweet home. Who this? Who in my house? Okay, nobody, good. We don't want any unwanted guests. Now, I plan on decorating the house and actually making it better. I'm not making another house, okay? Just so we're clear, I'm not doing it again. Ain't no way I'm doing this again. I'm not repeating this experience. It was horrible. So, no. No bueno. Not wanting to. Nuh-uh. Not happening. But what we are going to do is do this. Gonna get that. We're gonna make another crafting table. Take with us for various different reasons. Okay, I'm gonna take a bunch of this right now. Alright, so why I'm doing this is because I would like to actually get my ass on making that fucking path, okay? That's what this is. Okay. Because I know where this is on the map. Our house. Then I just need to get to the town. And I know I can get there by water. Because I did see the water. So I just gotta keep an eye out. If you have complaints about my driving, keep it to yourself. I don't care. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B. At this rate. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? Too bad, so sad. One little thing. Okay. Jesus. How much am I gonna have to terraform this shit? God damn it! Ugh. Oh, good thing I brought extra shovels with me. Hey. Yeah. At least now we got a boat. And now we can actually... Ah, that's why. Okay, hang on. Hey. We were over there. What's that? Is that a lodestone? Under the water? Is that a lodestone? Not sure. I don't know. Okay. Let's see if we are in the right place. Remotely. Okay, we overshot it a little bit, but it's over there. Alright. There it is. Here's the village. We made it! Fantastic! Okay. Get back here. There we go. Just so we don't lose the boat. Taking it with me. I'm taking it with me! Oh, I am going to make a path from this village to my own house. Or should I just relocate here? 1,000 trips. Okay. Probably better if we just relocate her. Alright. See about some wood. Oh yeah, because well, I'm definitely relocating to this place. I'm being honest. Have any space? No? Up. So no, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make chests right now. And I'm gonna make enough of them so we can store stuff in it. In all of these. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna have the boat with us. Gonna need all the pickaxes. One of these. Alright. No, we're gonna relocate to... So that means we're gonna have to dismantle our house. But that is a-okay by me. So instead of trying to find village the entire goddamn. I'm gonna collect the torches later. That are here, at least. At least now we can search for a fucking light beacon. Right. Make sure that I'm going the fucking correct way. And off we go. Hey, we're just going around. Oh, that's fine. No, we need to go back for at least the most important stuff. Here we are. I'm gonna miss this cozy old place, but there are more important things to take care of. So this is gonna take some doing. Ow. Oh, relocate, and then we can build our house right. Well, good thing I didn't try and upgrade my house or do anything too much with it. At least makes dismantling it easy. It was not easy making this thing, but dismantling it is. Gonna take a little bit. Hey, that actually hurt. Okay, let's check our inventory. Oh, not that bad actually. We still have some space. So Hmm. Again. Okay. Now. Okay. There. And... oh, it's gonna be a lot of work. But nothing we haven't done before. So I think maybe dismantling would be better later. Let's empty out everything else. Time. So we don't have to think of too much about it. But we're gonna leave one slot open. So everything that we can take with us, we take with us now, and then we come back. And so on and so forth. So anything and everything that we can take with us comes with us. Okay. We leave the dismantling for later. I need to read that here. I don't know, Risha. I'm sorry. I just saw your message. My bad. Nah, I'm just gonna move my house. Instead, I think that'd be less of a hassle. To be honest, I'm like, Thankfully, it's gonna be nightfall, so we're gonna see, like, a blazing area of torches. Unless some of the villagers decided, oh, we're gonna take these torches and take them with us. Dude. Come on. I'm trying to find my way here. Be fine. No, it won't. I sure as hell won't. But we can see the village from here. So that's fine. Maybe I should have just saved. Oh well, we'll find them later. Don't worry. It's not gonna be that difficult to find. I mean, there are a bunch of torches in the same area. Yeah, right there. Blazing torches right there. Okay, we're parking our boat with blue flowers. Okay, everybody remember where we parked. At least I can put these here. Okay. Alright. Onward to the next one! We're gonna be doing this a few freaking times. At least we have like a bunch of torches over there. So we're gonna be collecting that later. Oh, shenanigans. Funny haha things. Because why the fuck not? Okay? Onward towards adventure! I don't even fucking know. Hi, if you would like to join me in Discord, keep me some company. By all means do so. I am going out of my mind. No, seriously. I don't even know why I'm laughing. Help me! I'm going fucking bonk. And we go chugga 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 chugga. No, that's a train. We're in a boat. No. I just don't know. I will admit, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, but hey, here we are, and we are doing this. At 3,000 years old, going, what is this shit? What do you mean? What the fuck is this? Aw. Help! Wonder what a cave with lava. Yeah, not going that way. I am going to miss the dolphins in this area, though. They're quite cute. Okay, what is this fuckery? Hang on. Look at this. Look at all this light. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Tell me. What the fuck is this? Why is it bright here? Tell me. How? There's... What the fuck is this? Okay, what the fuck is this? See, Pickle! Excuse you, sir! Excuse me, sir and or madam. What the fuck? Why is it so... You know what? Just leave it. Just fucking leave it. I'm done. I'm just gonna put this in the boat. And I'm not gonna ask any more questions. I just can't. Okay, let's empty the chest. Empty this one. We missed one cup. Oh damn. I'm leaving all that there. We are not dealing. Onwards! What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna put a lot of stuff in here. So we're gonna maximize our efforts here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. First there was more land. Okay, 3 more chests. Onwards to adventure. Owen. Oh, we can get coal. Are you serious? No fucking way. Sorry, folks, we're taking a small little detour. Okay, let's get moving and get this to the new home. I'm actually quite excited that we found the village and that we can now actually make it look a hell of a lot better. We will. One way or the other. But at least now we're surrounded by villagers. Actually have some fun interactions, hopefully. And we can probably get something. We can actually find something. Instead of being all by your lonesome. It's not exactly a lot of fun. It is not fun being all by yourself in the middle of nowhere. I don't know. I've been on my own for quite some time. It ain't a picnic. It is not fun. It is not joyful. It is maddening. Okay? But definitely gonna relocate to this village. Absolutely. It's just so peaceful and wonderful and lovely. Yes. I should probably build the house before I actually make too many decisions to put the chests. Okay, we're gonna park with the blue flowers then. Definitely gonna have to make a pier and get path down to the boat. Definitely. Okay, so we should definitely make our house somewhere close by. Oh, okay. But we just get all of this in, or at least in here. I can move on. this. Kitty! There are 2 kitties! There are 3 kitties! It's so cute! There. So no one actually falls down there. It's raining. Darn. Okay. Hi, kid. Aww. Run away from me. Running away, kitty. Now I kind of regret not having more. A little bit. I have to actually do a little groundwork first. I like it a certain way. Okay. I need some more. At least I'm not always doing the same thing. Not all the time, at least. It's easy enough to get dirt. That's why I left it at the oak place. Okay, see if this is enough. Definitely not enough. We're gonna need more. Here's my partner back on the roll again. Maybe I should put on some music. First though, I'm gonna get a bit more comfortable. Oh, this thing's killing me. Wearing sports bras or bras for a longer period of time is not exactly nice, but it is what it is, and I'll do honesty. It's very different for every woman, but me, after like 6 hours of wearing the same sports bra, if not or 8 hours or 10 or whatever, it gets really uncomfortable. Really, really uncomfortable. Mir! Mir! Mir, get your butt in here. Okay, let's see. I want to scream, but I don't think that's a good idea. Screaming into the mic. Mir! Get your ass over here. Get your butt in, VC. I need entertainment. And Mir is entertainment. Oh, hi! Oh, he likes me. Oh, he's so cool. Okay. Thank you. Bye now. Oops. I'll take that. Sorry, buddy. Don't mind if I do. We've gotten a bunch of recipes, but I'm just not quite happy with a lot of different things. Okay, let's try 100 dirt bricks. Because I think that should cover it. Almost there. There we go. Okay. Onward! To adventure! So now we're trying to fill this, apparently.
So help me God, is not world threatening.
Huh?
I swear to God, this is not world threatening.
What's the matter? It's not that bad, is it?
The minute you said get your butt in VC, I already got mad. I'm like, oh my, what did I do?
I said please.
Yeah, after the fact.
What'd I do? I wanted entertainment, you weren't here. I love you.
No, you don't. Don't do that.
But you can't be mad at me. Huh?
I partially can.
Huh?
Partially, yes, I can.
What do you wanna?
Partially.
Aww. But here. I love you.
I don't believe that.
I love you.
My mother said that was a FedEx truck around the fire. Yeah, must have been.
Huh?
No, I saw a FedEx truck earlier. I wasn't sure if they were for me or not. And lo and behold, they're not.
Emir, you're not stupid.
Well, no, I only asked. I wasn't sure if I saw them or not. But did I see them? I'm pretty sure I did.
You did. I'm filling in holes so I don't fall to my death. I'm not kidding, I'm filling in holes so I don't fall to my death. Huh?
Okay. That achievements. Oh, wait, I don't have Tekken achievements anymore. Haha, that's right. I don't have the game.
Oh yeah. Wait, do you have Minecraft?
I have it now. Well, I've had it, but I don't play it.
Wanna join me for shenanigans?
Really? I get bored of Minecraft very easily.
Okay, fine. But you can if you can stay in here with me, VC, that would be fantastic. I'm lonely.
You know, this wasn't. I was gonna hop off the Xbox, go upstairs, play Curse Clash for a while, and then probably go cry. But you know, no, I don't
Oh,
get to do
speaking
that.
of crying, Mir, I just watched X-Men 97 and I cried because of Storm.
Yeah,
I hate everything. Storm is my favorite X-Men. I'm like, I wept.
I can imagine so.
Yeah, if you've seen it. It came out this year.
Yeah, it came out like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Or they just dropped. What the hell are you?
I am so not okay with it.
It could be worse.
They took a part of her.
It could be worse.
They took what made her, what made Storm Storm, okay?
Ooh, that's right. I can do that. Oh yeah. Because that comes out when? April?
Ugh, I fucking hate those guys.
Yeah, next month. Probably.
I hate those. For humanity! I'm like, go fuck yourself. Go
Wait.
in a ditch and die!
Oh, it's out. Out? Hold on. Wait a second. No, when do you come? On the 23rd? Are you serious? Standard edition is $20. Holy. The
What
deluxe
now?
edition. No, one of the games I did want to play
Yeah?
that doesn't come out for like another month. It's only like $20.
Huh.
Pre-order is less. It's like 18, 19. Yeah, not bad at all.
What game is this?
Tale of Considera Zhao. It's black mythology type game, and it's peak. Love it, honestly.
Okay,
It's
have you watched Ninja Kami?
no.
I am going to kick somebody for actually telling you something about it and spoiling it. Who do I need to kill?
No one spoiled it. I just didn't feel like watching it. Same with Solo Leveling. I was gonna watch it and just never did.
Wait. Same with what?
So Solo Leveling.
Oh yeah, I've yet to start on that one.
Yeah, I was going to it, just never got around to it.
Yeah, pretty much. But it looks interesting though. So
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna check it out when I get the chance, when I'm a little less on edge. Oh, by the way, I woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and go back to sleep. I see a giant ass spider. I'm like, oh god! My partner hears me and he's like, what the fuck? And then he falls asleep. And I'm like, I need to try and kill this thing! I tried to hit it with book, it got away, and I'm like, motherfucker!
see, this is why you keep things on hand.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I didn't have anything to swat it with other than a fucking book. Okay. Cut me
Well,
some slack! Also, since I'm allergic to spider bites, my man, I need to kill that thing.
oh yeah, I forgot about that. Whoops.
Huh?
I forgot about that part. Oh yeah. Oops.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you probably should kill that thing.
Well, thing is still MIA, so... What the fuck? fucking hole here. Okay, I am now gonna have to go ahead and build my house. One way or fucking another. Don't you dare.
I didn't say nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
My brain went one way. I'm like, shut
I thought it,
up!
definitely.
Huh?
I thought it, definitely, but I didn't say anything.
Smart man. Okay, so how big do we want our house? Okay, so this big. Fuck. Not building on top yet. In the floor. See why I needed to flatten this entire area?
Yeah.
Because I want... I don't... So when I build a home, I don't want to build it again.
Right.
It's like the one thing about me. Like, if I build a house, I want to never build it again. That's that. But I should probably build the walls with actual walls, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because there are cobblestone walls, but I'm not so sure they will look nice on the outside, so... I'm kind of wondering. I was just build it out of blocks and then make the roof out of stairs.
Right.
Hmm?
Right.
What was that?
My phone?
Okay. Okay.
What else could be?
I don't know! Maybe I got some weird shit up in there. I'm like... I made it. Whee! Get off my furniture. Away. Okay. Alrighty. A few little details. Alrighty. Let's see. I think I still have something in the boat. You believe? No, this is gonna take some time. How you holding up, man?
Decent, I guess.
Tired?
Yes.
Getting sick of being mirnapped?
You said it, not me.
I was asking. I was literally asking, my dude.
You said it, not me.
And you are not answering this question. Answer the bloody question!
A little bit. Just a tad.
Just a tad. Well, suck it up, Buttercup. It ain't changing anytime soon. Oh, what I would give for a volcano. Whee! Bye-bye. May we never meet again. I would not like to see you ever again. These things in the water. It's like, I got too many of those. No. Go away. Okay, there we are. I'm just definitely gonna have to style up this village. What do you say, Mayor?
Hmm?
I need to style up this village, right?
Yeah.
I got my work cut out for me. That's okay. Get there. Get there. Okay. There's more crafting. Okay, this is food, so that's going here. Ah, yes. Moving stuff around, moving stuff around. What am I doing with the cactus? I'm gonna get rid of this. Switches can go in here. And extra tools are going here. Bing. May we never meet again. The cactus that I threw into the water. Yeah. Imagine a streamer saying, "May we never meet again." I'm like,
Honestly, I would end stream right there. May we never meet again. Never touching a stream ever again after that.
so do you like my scented torches?
Jesus.
I need to stop. I'm horrible. I have to stop, but I don't wanna.
Look at many. Why do?
I don't got many torches. What do you mean? I'm going back to where my old place is and getting all the stuff that is there. Also, I'm gonna dismantle my house. So much cobblestone, man. So much cobblestone. So much. And we're on the boat again. On the water, on the boat again. Oh, I just can. I'll be waiting on the boat again. I can't say on the road again, okay? I'm on a boat. Mir, are you okay? You're awfully silent.
I was looking for something and I forgot what I was looking for. Now I'm mad.
Operation Distractor Mir success! We can go home, gals! I feel horrible. But I'm also massively entertained! Mir. Mir. Raven
What?
denied me getting my clothes the other day.
Oh damn.
Yeah, so I have like clean clothes in like a laundry bin in my bathroom. Because I don't always put all my clothes away all the time. And I was gonna get one of my cardigans. And she said no. She literally denied me and was like, nuh-uh. No. Mine. What? Let me get my clothes. I'm cold. No! Go away. She was so tired.
Honestly, I'd be mad silly. No, you see me right here. Leave me alone. Oh, it's stuck out right.
See this right here? This is my spot. Mine. Mother. Leave. What? My response. Okay, onwards! We are going to dismantle this thing. Okay, I am going to have to improvise here.
real issue.
Shut up, Mayor. You are dismantle this bitch!
I'm across the room and I heard that I'll kill issue.
God, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass. When we do eventually meet, I'm gonna kick your ass. Okay? That is the damn first thing I'm gonna do. Kick your booty.
Alright, so I'm still here, but I'm just gonna mute because I'm eating, so.
Okay, eat food.
Yep.
Food is important.
Yep.
No, I'm not leaving all this cobblestone here. It's just, it was an absolute bitch to mine. So, like, yeah, you know what? I'm taking it with me. I don't care. I don't freaking care. I want it with me. Okay, let's collect all of these and see where we're. Okay, good on space for now. At least. So we're very close to 300. Like, one away. Thing broke. Alright. Let's see. At least it's peaceful enough for us to actually just get the here. I'm gonna leave the like basic foundation. So we're just gonna take the wall. Yes, I was thinking music. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and take the music down on this one. Completely turn that off. Okay. Well, synthwave radio should be okay, copyright free music. Let's try this one. I think that's a good one. Yeah? Well, damn. Let's go towards under home. No, so the reason why I'm leaving the foundation where it is so if I do want to come back here, then I at least have a foundation, and we can always come back at some point. But we're first gonna go back to we're gonna go to the village, we're gonna spruce it up, we're gonna make our home. Yeah, we're gonna have fun with it. So let's get a move on. Also, we're gonna get the boat out of the water until we get like a pier. Because I don't want to forget where it is.
Here we go.
Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure my music taste is good.
Why you say that?
Because I went and got some non-copyright music.
Okay.
Yeah. Or maybe it's because the stupid thing is too loud.
Oh, that's a yikes.
Huh. Maybe I left it too loud. Yeah. Well, it happens. Or people just start happier going somewhere else. You know, more fun. I guess everybody's sick of Minecraft.
I mean, yeah, Minecraft could be hit or miss, honestly.
Yeah, but I'm having fun playing.
And that's good, at least.
I can't steer this boat.
Oh shit, there it is.
I mean, anyone getting motion sick? No, I'm definitely gonna go ahead and get this boat out of the water, and then I'm going to make sure that I can actually make a pier and a fucking path to a docks. Or a dock. Dock, oh god, I can't even speak today. This has been fantastic.
Yeah, welcome to English.
Welcome to English. Which says, fuck you every day.
Pretty much.
Okay. Alright, we got our boat out of the water. Get the heck home. Let's build this bitch. It's like, sure, there's an event on Dead by Daylight, but I'm just so sick of seeing it right now.
Yeah.
I really don't care. I'm like, no. Like, why aren't you playing that? Because no. But no. What? No. I said no! 1, 7. Oh boy. I think I'm just gonna have it like really simple. No.
Oh, there it is. Yeesh.
What happened to you?
Just ate food.
Oh yeah, you just ate food and you kind of almost choked on it.
Not exactly. It's more the oxygen that's like afterwards. It's like, by the way.
It's like, oh, by the way. Huh? Okay. Okay, run out of cobstone. At least I've planned how to do the freaking place.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be very boring without windows. I'm like... oh. But fuck all I can do about it.
Yeah.
At least for the moment. I mean, I could leave stuff open. So, as to indicate windows.
I mean, yeah, could be an option.
Oh, it's definitely an option. Okay, I have a stupid question. What the fuck is that?
What?
It's big, white, has red eyes.
Polar bear, probably?
No, it's not a polar bear. It's walking on two legs. That's Sasquatch?
Oh, it's a fucking wood. It's a stone golem.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is that? I have a stupid question. What the fuck is that? Okay, turns out my stupid question wasn't so stupid. Hmm. Oh, fucks. Okay, this ought to get interesting. It works! I'm gonna flatten this area down though. This thing.
Why?
Because I want to terraform this entire place. I want to make it how I want, okay? Problem?
No, I'm just curious. That's all.
Get the fuck out of my house! Look at this dude, standing here like he owns the place.
I mean, bro's just chilling. Leave him alone. Don't get mad at him.
Oh, he's a librarian. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, get mad at him. He's minding his business. That's like going to the school and telling the librarian, stop selling books to children. I'm like, what?
Okay, 1, 2, there. 2, here. Okay. I like a lot of windows. Hey, you. Get on. I need you to move so I can build things. You're in the way, I'm sorry. I have to push him off. I feel like a horrible being. Okay. Ow. You're just walking into my home. Mayor, I have intruders in my home.
Oh no, that's not what I was trying to type. Yeah. Okay.
Ow. I feel like they have a problem with me building here.
Probably.
Huh?
It's probably. Yeah, it's a wish list. I'll come back to you on the Xbox a little later. I like the place or something more like you got on Xbox to just to have it.
Too bad, I want to build my home here. Well, they're just gonna have to deal.
Yeah.
Gonna have to think about the second floor. Place. I want 2 stories. My house. That was my alarm for my medication.
Yeah, you need to take those.
Yes. Which reminds me, I'm actually gonna have to check if I have more on receipt. Like, so I can pick them up. I'll just have a late dinner. I have had quite the journey. All the food.
Yeah, of course.
Huh?
Hold on. Oh, you there.
Hey, let's see. Put that up. Where else? One. And we're gonna. Okay. That was weird. Green particles flying. Wait, what? I'm gonna put food stuff away. It's gonna be our kitchen. Definitely gonna be our kitchen. Here. Okay.
Jesus Christ. But it's
Here we are. Okay. See what kind of things we can. Okay, I'm gonna have 3 sets. Ah. Ah. Let's build. Eh. What's going on, Mir?
He's yawned.
I heard voices.
I was talking to my granny.
Okay. How's she doing?
Good.
Happy to hear. Making sure I can go up and down and second floor here.
There. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna talk to my grand caregiver real quick.
No worries. Fine.
Yep.
I just hope this is tall enough. No. Too small or something. I'm just wondering if it should be higher, that, or should be lower. Should be like that, or like this. This? The other way. A little higher up. Doesn't feel so cramped. Let's see. Okay, this ought to be interesting how this is gonna go. So, we're definitely gonna have to do a little improv here. Oh, damn. We broke that rock. So this is gonna be very interesting. But at least we have enough cobblestone for this. I mean... Ew. Still there. There. So we're going like one higher than the window instead of just above the window because it looks nicer. So the reason why I'm making it so big is because I don't want to make this again. I don't want to do this again. Like, at all. I've already done it twice now, and I'm already sick of it. I'm just being careful because I don't want to fall down. I really don't. Whew. But it's gonna be really exciting how this turns out. Surprised that pickaxe hasn't broken yet. Keyword being yet. But then again, we're gonna go ahead and let that be. And we're gonna do this. Okay. Darn it. Not broken. Okay, so here comes the tricky bit. Trying to get an opening for the stairs that is big enough so we can go up and down and doesn't hinder us from going up and down the stairs. Okay. Here we go. Now I'm just gonna collect all the little tidbits that we had to get away here. That went into the area, and now we can focus on getting second floor up. Not that. Yeah, problem with building big homes. You need a lot of materials. But at least you'll have a home that you expand and actually stuff with later. I plan on getting furniture into this home line, and also carpets and whatnot, little things. But first things first, let's build this damn thing. And we're gonna be building up here, we're gonna be doing in Minecraft, and yes, I'm sick of every other freaking game that I'm bored. But it has come to I am bored. So, do I want to play Dead by Daylight? Sure. Do I want to play it by myself? No. Am I going to play it by myself? Maybe. I don't fucking know. Okay, let's see. There is one thing that I want to do, and that is get this. Where'd I put them? I know they're here somewhere. Lantern. Oh, I could actually put it up on the ceiling. I had no freaking idea. I could. Nice. There we go. And cozy. Okay, now let's work on those walls. An hour work. Okay, what I want to do is let me just start marking these chests. I really do. Alright. Oh, this is gonna take some time. I'm not gonna put him. See. There. There we go. Huh? Works. Oh. Well, it does work. Okay, let's see. Okay. We're getting there. Slowly, but sure. Unsteady wins the race. Okay, now I just need that. So now it's about the same downstairs. Now this correct thing. Like I said, it was gonna suck. Ow. Another bitch. Ah, this is gonna take a while. Okay with it. Yes. Now, for the other hard part. Okay. Let's see how this goes, shall we? Won't work.
Okay,
Ow.
there we go.
Welcome back.
Yep.
I have kept falling off, and I'm trying to build the roof. Or, yeah, I'm trying to build the roof. Ow. I am trying to build the roof. It is not going great. As you have probably noticed.
Yeah.
But hey, at least I'm fucking trying.
Yep.
Like, oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to do this?
Nah, you got it.
Nah, you got this. I didn't think so. I'm gonna have to do this the hard way. Mir, why is it always the hard way?
Hey, no, look at me. You want to play Minecraft. So. I ain't saying, yeah, play Minecraft. No, you decided to play Minecraft.
Fucking love.
That ain't got nothing to do with me. At all.
Personally, I want to take that insult.
I ain't, it ain't about taking it. It's about, hey, it got shit to do with me. Don't throw me into that.
Don't throw me in this ring! I fucking did nothing! I exist! You sure about that? Yes! Positive? I'm not pregnant. I did get you one time.
Yeah.
Ow. Well, might as well get the access cobblestone. I don't need to have here. Well, at least my house will look nice.
Yeah.
Once I'm done. Like, why all this effort? Because I fucking want it! It will be worth it. It will all be worth it. Oh, be worth it. Oh, damn it! Why did you have to be upside down? Why can't you just turn the right way?
Welcome to Minecraft.
Welcome to Gaming 101! It says, fuck you all day long. Wait.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, you want something done right? Sorry, you're gonna try and fail so many times. Have fun! The fuck you mean have fun? I mean, We're playing the game, right? Yeah. Are you having fun? Fuck no! As I said that, I fall down. I'm not kidding me. I fell down. And I thought for sure I was going to die.
I mean, that happens.
But I didn't. I didn't die. Wahahaha. I don't even know why I'm laughing. I still have to do this shit.
You still gotta do that. I don't know what you laughing for. No, you ain't laughing.
And I find it amazing. You are friends with me, with my crazy ass.
I've dealt with enough crazy to know when I'm doing it at this point.
What you're doing at this point? I find that very hard to believe, but okay, I'll take your word for it. Like, excuse me, sir and or madam, what do you think you're doing? Huh? What do you mean? I live here. Huh? You heard me. I live here. I have so many questions. No. But no. But no. You do not have questions. You don't want questions. You don't want answers to these questions.
No.
I could ask Deadly, what are you doing? Playing Minecraft? Why? No, I mean, why are you doing this? It's like, why not? I'm bored! Like, there are so many other things you can do when you're bored. Do tell. You got nothing, do you? Nope. I'm drawing blank. Uh-huh. So, what were your other suggestions? I don't fucking know! I'm drawing a blank! Like, I had my doubts, but I have even more now, and I have so many questions. Deadly! What? I do! I have questions! Answer them! No. Too bad you're answering the fucking questions. Says who? Says me. How does this work? Well, I found a solution to my problem.
Well, let's go to this.
Improv! I had this song stuck in my head.
Yeah, it's a yikes.
Yeah, I was like, why is this happening? Because your brain go funny thing. It's not funny. I'm annoying. I messed up. I fix later. Oh, kitty. So, do you like my new house?
Yeah.
Although it's missing a couple of windows.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
It's because there's a little cliff here.
You'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Get zombie attack.
So it was not fine.
So it was not fine. And 3, 2, 1. So it was not fine. Okay, so who predicted this? Who's getting these blood points?
Entire chat raises their hand. Hi, we predicted this.
Ow. It's like, how many times will I fall down without dying? We need a count for this. We need a death counter for this as well. I'm gonna be like, how many times do I die? Let's see. Like, do we even want to count for this? Like, probably not, but it's gonna be funny either way. So you're gonna get a kick out of it. I'm gonna get pissed. So it's a win-win. How is that a don't ask questions you don't want answers to? Oh, okay, the music has stopped apparently. I need to... And I was on a roll! Oh, Mir. How's that TikTok video coming?
Didn't even start yet. Because I have the clip in mind. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna go about it.
Fair enough.
Because I hate working in TikTok format. I genuinely do.
Well, I'm sorry.
But then again, you can also do like the YouTube format because TikTok will let you like put shit sideways. So I might just do it like that.
Okay.
Because I'm not, let me tell you, not working in TikTok format ever again.
Ever again.
It was garbage. I hated it.
Well, damn. Strong opinions. Strong opinions.
Yeah.
Well, at least the roof is coming along nicely. I just need... Okay, mind going back up? Yes, I need to get to music. I should probably think about dinner. It's 9 p.m.
Yeah.
I need to stop. I really do.
Yeah, man, it is 9. Get dinner and get ready for bed.
Yeah, I need to go eat dinner before I get shouted at.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Partner comes in.
Yeah.
Deadly! It's gonna be me.
Oh no.
Mother! He's gonna be like Bakugo. When he comes in, I'm gonna be like, well, I am officially dead. Nice knowing you, chat. Bye.
Yeah, I do it now to get it over with, so you don't get yelled at.
So don't get yelled. Okay,
Hey, you ain't yelled at you.
quick question. When do I not get yelled at?
When you actually listen.
Point. Case in point.
You actually listen, which is rare in itself, but I mean,
Yeah, no
First-
shit.
I'd rather do it to get it over with instead of being like, ah.
Get tracked by the air going. My partner turns the Bakugo for that one sheer moment. I'm like, I'm terrified. I'm just kind of amused. I'm not bored anymore. They're like, go eat. I am entertained. Entertain me some more. Go eat. No. Like, you're just being difficult just to be difficult. Yes. Yes, I am. Hi, I am sleep deprived and my friend gave me coffee. How do you think this is gonna go? Blueberry gave me coffee this morning. The caffeine is still working. I haven't had caffeine in like weeks.
Jesus.
In Sue Gremlin mode. In other news, the roof is coming along just fine. I'm on a roll. So I should definitely be playing horror games next time.
Maybe.
Just a maybe, baby, or...
It depends on which one, but
Okay, Mir, you're gonna sit through mortuaries.
no, the fuck I'm not.
Yes, you are!
The fuck I'm not.
I'm
Hell.
not gonna be the one playing it, you fucking bitch! Not you! I just want someone there.
You. No, not at all.
Hmm?
I say no, not at all. You got it.
I just want someone there with me to talk, okay?
That is one game I'm not sitting through. Hey,
Oh, come on!
That's no.
Why not?
Heck, no, you better
Okay,
call
do you
Taylor.
want to do Dead by Daylight with me then?
Okay, I need to reinstall. Ew.
Well, too bad. It's either that or sit through mortuary assistant. Pick your poison.
Okay, when? That's the real question.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Man, what? Tomorrow?
Yes.
Chris.
You really don't wanna, huh?
I don't want to do either. Both of those options are terrible.
When have you ever known me to give you a good choice?
No, not at all. It sucks.
I told you your punishment was to play a horror game. Went into the stream for 2 weeks. What did you expect?
This is terrible, but golly.
What did you think was gonna happen? No, seriously, I wanna know.
No idea.
You thought this was gonna be a nice choice? You thought I was gonna be nice?
Okay.
Shit!
Yeah, no, both of these are terrible options.
I felt down. Because I can't stop laughing. I am a terrible, terrible creature. I know this, but still, it's just like, did you seriously think I was going to give you a good option?
It's terrible. Those are terrible options. Is there an option C of no? I feel like there should be an option C of I don't consent to either of those.
There's in one, pick one.
Neither. It's right. I'm good if you keep picking neither, bro.
Okay, let's breathe.
Hold on, Yellow's calling me. One momento. I'll be back.
When have I ever given Mir a good choice? Answer, never. That's what makes it fun. I'm sorry, but I keep laughing a lot, but you know what? I am definitely gonna need a lot more of these now. I'm running out. What's going on? Okay, let's see. Hi, I come here and I have fun by doing very, very horrible. This should come as no surprise to anyone who knows me. Like, at all. This should be, like, the one thing that everybody knows about me. I do not give good options. I give terrible options. So if you have me pick anything, it's not gonna be nice. It's gonna be, do this. Wait, what? Are you serious? Yes. I don't want to do this anymore. Well, you told me to pick. Here it is. Have fun. You're not sticking. Nope. Bye. Like, not my monkey. Circus. Not my monkeys, not my circus. Okay, let's get all of these unnecessary bits here down. This was just so I could get the roof up easily. Or more easily. I want the contrast. I want to see the color of the roof. Oh. Like, I don't mind. Fine by me. What do you guys? But there is a plan, so don't worry. I have a plan for this house. There. I wanted this to look really nice. If we actually go outside and see. I definitely want. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm so Minecraft obsessed right now, but honestly, I am enjoying it. Okay. So if we go outside, this is what our house looks like. We are currently waiting on getting windows because I haven't gotten that yet, but we're gonna get there. We're gonna have a fence in the same color as the roof itself. Wonderful. Aesthetics. As soon as this is done. Definitely gonna have more things. Okay, I'm gonna put these away and make more. I'm not sure if we have enough right now, so I'm kind of just like going by feeling, I guess, at this point. It's like where to go. Yeah, if I fall down now, that is not a good thing. Okay, so we're gonna have to improv our way up again. Thankfully, we have a lot of cobblestone. Okay, there we go. Okay. This is gonna get tricky. Okay, at this point, I think we just take color plate and rest of the because I'm done. Thankfully, there's one left. Okay, and oh, I missed these. Okay. Now. Wait. Okay, huh? Alright, almost there. Almost done. And mirror hat. Okay. And finish up this thing over. Got that. Turn it. I was hitting the wrong thing. Wrong hole, wrong hole. And I need to stop saying that. Oh, there we go. Finally finished. At least the building of it. Time to set my respawn. I'm gonna just put on a freaking video. Why not? Really sick and tired of my ass anyway. Let's see. There. Okay. Mm-hmm. I want to be happy with my house in Minecraft. Okay? I am doing that. There. There. Okay. Okay, let's see it. Look at our handiwork. Oh, pretty nice. I do see a few things that I want. One and there we go. I think it looks pretty good. Whoops. Wait. Are you seriously using my table? Is the what? Whatever. We're not gonna care. Not at this point. Okay, let's just put our bed upstairs and get the spawn point. Okay, respawn point set. Alright, cool. Let's save and quit. I do love this controller, it's really nice. But we're gonna go ahead and put on some videos because I'm reading. We're gonna go ahead and do Mr. Ballin. I'm gonna put on the extreme.
Today's episode is a very creepy and highly disturbing camping story. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is asleep, go to their front yard and spell the words "I hate my neighbors" in gasoline all across their front yard and then light it on fire. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
I'm just gonna have a cup of noodle gonna mute.
On the afternoon of May 6th, 2008, a 54-year-old man called Ricky Williams stood on the riverbank casting out his line into the waters of Dismal Creek in western Virginia. Ricky was hoping to get lucky and catch some trout, but he'd been out here fishing for 30 minutes so far and there were no bites. Normally, Ricky wouldn't care because he loved just fishing for hours and hours at a time. But today, he and his dog, who was right with him, were really hungry because they'd been out in these woods camping for several weeks now, and their food supply was finally dwindling down to the end. And so if they didn't catch any fish today, they might not eat. Now, for context, where Ricky was fishing, Dismal Creek, despite its bleak name, it was actually a beautiful, secluded spot on top of a mountain that was on the Appalachian Trail. The Appalachian Trail is a very famous 2,200-mile-long trail that runs up and down the east coast of the United States. And why that is relevant is because there's this special code for people that hike on the Appalachian Trail. And the code, which all hikers know, is basically if you come across another hiker on the Appalachian Trail, it is your responsibility to help them if they need help. And it is their responsibility to help you if you need help. So it's this community of hikers that are always looking to help each other. And so Ricky was very aware of this code on the Appalachian Trail, and he was secretly hoping, as he cast his line over and over again and didn't get any bites, that a hiker or a group of hikers might come by this area and maybe they would see him and come down and learn that he needed food, and they might just give him some of their food. But another half hour passed and no hikers came by, and still Ricky could not catch any fish. But then suddenly, Ricky's dog, who was right next to him, began to whine and kind of began shifting around like it was sensing a predator in the area or something. But as Ricky was trying to calm his dog down, he began to hear a voice in the woods right behind him. Somebody was moving towards him. And when Ricky heard this voice, on the one hand, he was pretty excited because maybe this is a hiker who can give him some food. But on the other hand, Ricky couldn't help but feel really uneasy. Now, you need to understand that Ricky was an older guy, he was kind of frail, and over the past few weeks that he'd been camping with his dog, as his food supply had run down, he had become skinnier and skinnier and skinnier, and so he really did not pose any sort of threat to anybody. He's like this weak older man. Now, generally speaking, the Appalachian Trail was a very safe place, but over the last few decades, there had actually been several murders that took place on the Appalachian Trail. And in fact, one of those killings took place less than 2 miles away from where Ricky was fishing with his dog. And in that double homicide, a very well-known killer named Randall Lee Smith had stabbed and shot to death 2 hikers. And so while Ricky was really looking for help from fellow hikers, at the same time, he couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive. Because again, Ricky was like this small, frail guy, and Ricky was well aware of these murders, and he was well aware of the fact that he was super close to one of the murder sites. And so Ricky was totally on edge as he's listening to this male voice get closer and closer, and then finally, this man in his early 30s steps out from the tree line, and he looks over and he sees Ricky, and for a second, the 2 men just kind of look at each other, but then this guy just grinned at Ricky and said, "Hey, how you doing?" And immediately Ricky felt relieved because he could tell just from looking at this guy that very likely he was not a threat. The man introduced himself as Scott Johnston, and he told Ricky he was actually camping in the area with a friend of his, and they were out here fishing just like Ricky. And Ricky pretty much immediately said, "Oh, great, nice to meet you. Do you have any food for me?" And Scott was like, "Absolutely." And he dug into his bag that he had with him, and he pulled out a couple energy bars and a bag of chips, and he threw them over to Ricky. And he also gave some fresh bait to Ricky so he too could cast out again. And for the next couple of hours, Scott and Ricky just stood on the riverbank and fished together. And after a while, the trout did start biting and they did start catching fish, so the day kind of turned into a great outing for Ricky. And it got even better because as soon as the men were done fishing, Scott asked Ricky if he wanted to join him and his friend back up at the campsite for dinner. And remember, Ricky had no food, so this was an amazing invitation. And he said, "Yes, of course, I'd love to join you." So the 2 men packed up their stuff right as the sun was going down, and then they began walking back into the forest where Scott had emerged from. And as they were walking, Scott's fishing pole got tangled on a low-hanging branch, and he was really struggling to get it out of the tree. And so finally, he just told Ricky to, go on ahead. My campsite's right up there. It's a straight shot. Just go up the hill, and you'll see it. Ricky asked Scott if he was sure, and Scott said, no, it's totally fine, go ahead. So Ricky said, okay, and he walked the rest of the way up the hill, and then when he walked out of the tree line into the clearing where Scott's campsite was, immediately what Ricky noticed was this enormous man who was like twice the size of Scott, and so 4 times the size of Ricky, kind of hunched over the campfire. And this huge man, who presumably was Scott's friend, he heard Ricky walk into the circle, and remember, it's nighttime and they're kind of in the middle of nowhere, and so this guy, he turns his head around and sees this strange man just standing there, and Scott's nowhere to be found, and so this guy, he grabs a club, like a piece of wood, and he looks at Ricky kind of menacingly, like, what are you doing here? And Ricky, who was so caught off guard by just how big this guy was, he put his hands up and he said, I'm so sorry, Scott sent me up here. I don't know if this is the right site, I'm sorry. But just at that moment, Scott had finished untangling his fishing line, and he came out of the tree line and he patted Ricky on the back and he said, oh, you've already met my friend Sean. And as soon as he said that, Sean looked like he basically let his guard down. You know, he put the wood down and he stopped glaring directly at Ricky. But Ricky felt like Sean was not happy that Ricky was in his campsite, even though clearly Scott is the reason that Ricky is in this campsite. And so Ricky just felt really uncomfortable. And at the same time, Scott is ushering Ricky closer to the campfire to take a seat next to Sean. You know, Sean's a great cook. He'll cook up this fish for us. It's going to be great. You know, take a seat. Ricky felt kind of annoyed that Scott was really forcing him to stay. But Ricky didn't want to be rude and just kind of abruptly leave, so he did take a seat next to Sean, who definitely was not excited to be sitting next to Ricky, and Ricky just kind of sat there waiting to see what would happen next. And what happened next is Scott walked over to Sean and handed off all the fish that he and Ricky had caught so that Sean could begin to prepare them to cook them. And then as Ricky is still just sitting there right next to Sean, Scott walked away from the campfire up to his truck, which was parked right next to Sean's Jeep, and Scott turned on the radio and began blasting country music. And when Ricky heard this music, he kind of winced, because to him, you know, part of the reason the outdoors, the Appalachian Trail, you know, being out in nature, part of the reason it was so wonderful was for the peace and quiet. And so it felt kind of like borderline disrespectful to be out in the middle of this beautiful place, blaring country music. And so to Ricky, he just couldn't help but feel like there's something off about these two guys. They just seem really disrespectful and kind of pushy and maybe aggressive. And so Ricky is just not happy. But again, Ricky didn't say anything and didn't attempt to leave because, again, he's really hungry and so is his dog, and he needs to eat that fish. A moment later, Scott walked back from the truck and took a seat next to Sean, and then he, along with Sean, pulled out their knives and began deboning the fish. And as they were doing this, Ricky, again, is just kind of sitting there doing nothing, and so he kind of meagerly asked, you know, hey, can you give me a knife and I'll clean a fish? But Sean and Scott kind of waved him off and said, don't worry, we got this. And so Ricky just continued to sit there nervously, as all he could watch was the flashing of the light bouncing off their blades. But eventually, Scott and Sean finished deboning all the fish, and they put their knives away, and at that point, they began cooking the fish over the open flame. And suddenly for Ricky, it felt like, you know, the mood had shifted a little bit. At least now the two men were not fiddling around with weapons. You know, it felt kind of safe again. And so Ricky began making some small talk in hopes that would kind of, you know, settle his nerves. And so Ricky told the two men about how much he loved the Appalachian Trail and how he came out here all the time for weeks at a time with his dog. And Ricky would tell the men that, you know, sometimes he felt more at home out in the wild than he did at home. It was almost like being out in nature was a religious experience for Ricky. And he would even tell Sean and Scott that sometimes when he was out in nature, he would meditate and pray and even do some chanting, like part of a ritual. I mean, he was really trying to be in tune with Mother Nature. But as Ricky continued to tell Sean and Scott about his personal life, he noticed the two men were definitely paying attention and kind of nodding along at appropriate points in the story. But at the same time, Ricky felt like these two men were also kind of looking at him like Ricky was kind of weird, as if they were not prepared to come out and say it, but after hearing all these things about his life, it was like, huh, what's going on with this guy? And so Ricky suddenly felt really embarrassed about being so open with these two guys who once again just seem like they don't quite like him or even really want him here. But luckily, right at that moment, the fish were done, and so the men just sat there in silence and wolfed down the food. By the time they finished, right about 8 p.m., it was very dark outside, and Ricky at this point is just ready to go. You know, he just felt so uneasy here. And so after putting down his plate and his silverware and saying thank you to Sean and Scott for their hospitality, he quickly got up and grabbed his dog, and he began walking into the woods towards his campsite. But after Ricky and his dog had walked maybe 10 or 15 feet away from this campsite, two things happened in rapid succession. Number one, Ricky suddenly stopped and turned around and looked back at the campsite. And number two, right as he did this, there was this enormous bang sound, like a small explosion that echoed through the forest. Okay, so if you're not listening to our show called Run Fool, then you are really missing out on a truly special and unique podcast. Now, it's technically a horror podcast, but honestly, it's so much more. Every episode is a fresh take on terrifying lore, like a modern ghost story wrapped up in a tightly spun narrative. Also, remember, Run Fool is a Ballin Studios podcast, which means there's always going to be a big plot twist or reveal at the end. Rodney Barnes is the iconic host of Run Fool, and every story he tells on there, it feels like this fully immersive horror movie. Also, the sound design on this show is like expert level. Barnes really knows what he's doing. Even if you never watch the show, you should tune in just for a second, at least once, just to hear Barnes's radio voice. It is like the best, most soothing voice I think I've ever heard. So if Run Fool feels like a show you might like, go run and follow the show and start listening. Also, be sure you stick around till the end of today's video because we're going to play a clip from last week's episode of Run Fool. About 30 minutes later, and about 4 miles away from where Ricky and Sean and Scott had been, there were these two women who were in their house eating dinner when they heard this sudden frantic knocking on their front door. Now, these women live in a very isolated part of the country, and so the women were very concerned. One of them rushed over to the phone just to be ready to call the police, while the other very carefully made their way towards the front of the house, and they kind of peered out the window, but they couldn't see anything outside. It was too dark, and so they went to their door, which was still getting pounded on by whoever was out there, and the woman, she unlocked the door, and she opened it just a crack, and what she saw nearly made her faint. There was a man standing on her porch who was absolutely covered in blood, as if he had been fully submerged in a tank of blood. I mean, he is all red. And the man had his hand over his neck. And the woman who opened the door, she looked at him and she saw that there was this rhythmic pulsing of blood pumping out of his neck that was in time with his heart. This man is clearly bleeding to death. And so the woman, she screamed for the other woman to please call 911. We have someone who's dying here. And so she began calling 911. And then the man on the porch just said, please help me. And then he said something about Dismal Creek. And then he collapsed. And this was so shocking for the woman who had opened the door that she just stood there staring, having no idea what to do. But then she happened to look up and she noticed there was a Jeep that was idling out on the road in front of her house that she hadn't even registered until now. And so either this guy got dropped off or he drove that Jeep. But before she could even begin to understand what had just happened, an ambulance and a whole bunch of police cars came screaming up and parked in front of her house. And then the medics got out, they rushed up, and they grabbed the bleeding man, and they put him in the ambulance, and they rushed him off. Meanwhile, not far from the house, police officers were speeding towards Dismal Creek because when the women called 911, they said, this guy who's shown up on the porch bleeding said something about Dismal Creek, but they had no idea what it was about. And so instead of trying to wait to figure out what was even going on, police had basically said, let's just go to Dismal Creek and look around and see if we can figure out, why someone would leave that area and show up at this house covered in blood. But as the police were making their way up this winding mountain road, they saw a truck bombing down the road coming straight at them. And the truck, they initially hit their brakes and did kind of attempt to get out of the way of the police cars. But after this truck had basically come to a stop, the driver of the truck just hit the gas all over again, and they veered wildly off the side of the road into an embankment, and they crashed and flipped several times and then came to a stop. And the police officers who had veered to the side of the road to avoid getting hit by this truck, they just watched this happen and they couldn't understand why the driver had gunned it again after stopping and then seemingly intentionally drove off the road. It almost seemed like the driver was trying to crash. And so the police, they got out of their car and they approached the wrecked truck with their guns drawn. But when they looked into the vehicle, they saw there was a single occupant, the driver, and he was still somehow alive. So the police got him out of the vehicle and they called an ambulance, but they actually sent an officer with the ambulance to escort them because the police were actually pretty suspicious of this truck driver. Because remember, they were going up that road to get to Dismal Creek to see what had happened there that would lead to another man showing up on somebody's doorstep in the middle of the night covered in blood. And now they have this truck driver who looks like he's speeding away from Dismal Creek, who crashes his truck. I mean, there was no clear connection between the truck crash and the bloody guy, but the police were suspicious that they had to be connected. So they sent the officer to the hospital as well. About 30 minutes after the truck crash, the police left the scene and continued the rest of the way up the road to Dismal Creek. And once they got up there, the police fanned out all across the area and just began looking for anything. Just any clue that might explain what the heck happened here, if anything happened at Dismal Creek at all. And pretty quickly, the police actually did find something unique. In the middle of the Dismal Creek area, they found a campsite. But it was not the campsite where Sean and Scott were staying, where Ricky had gone and shared dinner with them. This was a different campsite. And not long after searching this other campsite, police concluded that whoever was staying here did not seem like they were mentally well. This seems like a mentally unstable and potentially dangerous person lives here. So the campsite was really simple. It was just a tent and a campfire. But when the police lifted up the flap and looked inside the tent, they found a collection of 30 knives along with a police scanner that basically picked up police radio chatter in the area, so you could listen to a scanner and basically know what the police were doing in your area. There were also all these weird piles of clothing. Some were for kids, some were for adults, some were for men, some were for women. There were piles of eyeglasses, and there were 8 pairs of women's underwear. And then also there was a map of the Appalachian Trail inside of this tent, and all over this map along the trail were all these spots that were circled, but there was no information about what these circles meant. However, one of the places that was circled was Dismal Creek. And then next to the map was a radio, and inside the radio was a cassette. And so the police just hit play, and immediately what they heard totally creeped them out, because the tape sounded like some kind of satanic ritual. It was basically this one man's voice just kind of howling and chanting over and over again. But by far, the most shocking thing that was found inside of that tent was a single piece of paper. And this piece of paper was a birth certificate, and the name on the birth certificate was a name that basically all police in this area knew, and in fact, anybody living in or around the Appalachian Trail definitely would know this name. And the identity of this person, the name on the birth certificate, was the key to putting together all these seemingly disconnected events that had happened on this night. From the explosion when Ricky walked away from the fire, to the bloody man at the house, to the truck crash, they were all connected through this single person. A few hours earlier, after Ricky had gotten up and walked away from Sean and Scott's campsite, and then after barely making it onto the trail, he had turned around and there was that loud explosion. Well, at that point in the story, Ricky, who's now looking back at the campsite and looking at Sean and Scott, he can see that the two of them, they've heard the sound too, and they were now staring at each other with looks of absolute shock and terror on their faces. But then Ricky watched as Sean reached up and touched his face, and he put his hand out in front of his face, and it was covered in red. And the reason for that was because Sean had just been shot in the face, because that loud explosion was the sound of Ricky shooting his gun at Sean. And as Sean and Scott stood there staring at each other in absolute disbelief, Ricky, who's still in the tree line, ran towards the fire and just kept on shooting. And so Sean at this point, as he sees Ricky coming into the campsite, he stands up and kind of staggers back and falls on the ground. But Scott, who's not hurt at this point, he just gets up and starts running away from the campsite. And Ricky turns his attention towards Scott and he shoots at him, and he hits him straight in the neck and also in the back. But somehow Scott just kept on running despite these horrible wounds. And so Ricky watched as Scott disappeared into the woods. And then Ricky turned back to Sean, who's laying on the ground and can't go anywhere. He's been shot in the face. And Ricky just casually raised his gun and shot Sean right in the chest. But amazingly, Sean, after getting shot the second time, it created what must have been the most extreme adrenaline rush ever, because he jumped up to his feet and right in front of his attacker, he just turned and sprinted to his Jeep. He hopped inside, fired it up, and just sped away as fast as he could. And when Sean flipped on his headlights and turned a corner after getting away from the campsite, he looked down the road and he actually saw his buddy, Scott, who had run away first, come tumbling out of the woods onto the road. And so Sean, who's gravely injured, drives over next to Scott and he stops the Jeep long enough for Scott to climb inside, and they shut the door and they speed their way towards the nearest help, which happened to be that house where those two women lived. And so it was Scott, who looked like he was drenched in blood, who knocked on the women's door. Sean was down in the Jeep out on the road, but he was just too weak to get out and come up to the door as well. But when the ambulance and police arrived, they would find not only Scott up on the porch, but also Sean in the Jeep, and both men would be taken to the hospital via helicopter. And then as for the man who was driving the truck down the road away from Dismal Creek, who then crashed right in front of the police, well, the driver of that truck was Ricky Williams. However, that was not his real name. There was no Ricky Williams. That was the name he just used. His real name, which was on the birth certificate that police found in that other campsite inside of the tent, was Randall Lee Smith. The same infamous Randall Lee Smith who had murdered those two hikers not far from Dismal Creek. That double homicide had happened in 1981, and Randall was caught and convicted, but he was paroled 15 years later in 1996 for good behavior. And for 10 years after that, Randall lived with his mother and he wore this electronic bracelet and, he followed the rules. But by 2008, his electronic bracelet had came off, and even though Randall had attempted to continue living with his mother, it just wasn't tenable. He didn't have enough money, and so ultimately he packed up his things, grabbed his dog, and moved out onto the Appalachian Trail. And on May 6th, 2008, when Sean and Scott arrived in Dismal Creek to go fishing, Randall was waiting. Nobody has any idea why Randall murdered those two hikers back in 1981 or why he targeted Sean and Scott in 2008. All we know is that Randall Lee Smith was very mentally unwell and very likely viewed the Appalachian Trail as like his sacred place. This is his home. This is the place he loves more than anything. And so maybe, he felt like Sean and Scott had somehow disrespected the Appalachian Trail, and that was enough to attack them. Now, we know Sean and Scott did not do anything intentionally disrespectful to Randall because, amazingly, Sean and Scott survived this attack. And they would say that when they saw Randall, they just felt bad for him. They thought he was like this alcoholic drifter who didn't have a home of his own, and so he was just living out in the woods on the Appalachian Trail. And so they didn't judge him. Instead, they really did just want to give him some food and spend some time with him and make him feel human again. That was it. And because Randall appeared to be this kind of small, older man, Sean and Scott, who were, very big and imposing, they didn't feel threatened by this guy. As for that bizarre other campsite that police found up around Dismal Creek, the one that contained all those knives and the birth certificate, well, obviously that was Randall's campsite. And that weird cassette tape that they listened to that sounded like a satanic ritual, that was Randall going through his meditations and chants that he would do when he was out in the middle of nowhere. It was like his way of respecting Mother Nature and the Appalachian Trail. And then all those items that were found inside of his tent, the different clothes and the eyeglasses and the women's underwear, it's believed those could be Randall's other victims. However, when police pulled DNA samples from all of those items that were found inside of his tent, like the clothes and the underwear and the eyeglasses, well, those DNA samples did not match any of the missing people or murder victims in the police's database, and so that wasn't useful. And then also, police went to all those places on that map that were circled, and with the exception of obviously Dismal Creek, they didn't find anything else at the other locations that suggested any violent event had happened there. So only Randall knows the truth, which means we will never know the truth, because just 4 days after Randall was pulled out of that truck that he crashed, he died in police custody from a blood clot that formed as a result of the crash. And in those 4 days that Randall was in custody, he never gave up that there were any other victims. Today, Sean still has a bullet in his head and in his chest, and Scott still has big scarring on his neck and on his back. But both men have made a full recovery, relatively speaking, and they still go back to Dismal Creek all the time to go camping and fishing.
Gotta commend them for that. No, I just wanted to put on a video that we'd already seen. And now I would like to watch one that I haven't seen. Ooh, butterfly effect. Upcoming. Ooh. We gotta wait 2 days. Gotta wait 2 days. Damn. Alright. Yeah, I don't want to hear this romance story. Wait, the serial killer you never heard of? Okay. Let's try this. And don't worry, I'm eating dinner.
Today, we're going to look at one of the most unbelievable revenge stories I've ever come across, but you won't even know that it's a revenge story until the very end. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is out of town, secretly bug their house with cameras and microphones, and then live stream those feeds on the billboards in Times Square, New York. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. In the early evening of May 7th, 2008, a 65-year-old woman named Zivana Temolkoska walked around her kitchen inside of her apartment in the little southeastern European city of Kisevo. Kisevo is a quiet place at the base of this huge mountain in northern Macedonia, and while it's totally beautiful, it's utterly remote, and basically nothing really of note happens here. Zivana cleaned houses for a living, but on this particular day, she was on a day off, and so she was just kind of hanging out at her apartment, waiting for her adult son, named Zoran, to come home. It was a beautiful, warm evening that night, and so Zivana had the windows in the kitchen open as she walked around making herself something to eat, and at some point as she was doing this, she heard her phone ring. And so she grabbed it and answered, and she heard the sound of her friend on the other line. But her friend's voice sounded strange. It was strained and very uncomfortable, and she was asking Zivana if she was paying attention to the news right now. Did she have the radio on or the TV? And Zivana was like, no, why? And the friend would tell her that all over the news right now, there was this huge, terrible traffic accident that had happened in their town, and unfortunately, Zivana's son, Zoran, who she was waiting for to come home, was apparently involved in this accident. Zivana let out a strangled cry when she heard this, and then just dropped what she was using to make food and turned and ran out the door. And when she did, her neighbor who was outside saw her emerge and yelled out to her, hey, is everything okay? And Zivana, as she literally just continued running towards the road, she basically blurted out to the neighbor that her son was hurt and she was going to the hospital. And this neighbor watched as Zivana just ran down the road, turned the corner, and disappeared. Zivana did not have a car of her own, and so literally she was going to run to the hospital to make sure her son was okay. A little while later, that same neighbor who had just watched Zivana disappear around the corner heard a knock on their door. And so the neighbor went to the door, they opened it up, and they were totally shocked at who they saw standing outside. It was Zivana's son, Zoran, who did not appear to be hurt in any way. But before the neighbor could ask any questions about this, Zoran, who looked visibly confused, said to the neighbor, hey, have you seen my mom? We were supposed to meet and have dinner together, and it's just totally unlike her to disappear without telling me where she was going. The neighbor just stared at Zoran for a second, having no idea what was going on here, and then the neighbor was like, well, wait a minute, Zoran, were you in a car accident? And Zoran's like, no, what are you talking about? And then the neighbor kind of filled Zoran in about how they had seen his mother run outside, and she had mentioned how her son had been in this car accident, and she literally ran to the hospital. Zoran was just as mystified by this as the neighbor was, and so Zoran just grabbed his phone and called the hospital to see if his mother was there. But when the hospital picked up, they would tell Zoran that his mother was not there, she had not been there all day, and two, even though they had heard reports about this car accident in town, there had not been any car accident victims brought to the hospital at all that day. And so by the end of that night, when Zoran really had no idea what had happened to his mom, where she was, or what was going on with this car accident thing, he just did the only thing he could think to do, which was go to the police and report his mother missing. 9 days later, on May 16th, when still Zivana was missing and the police had no idea what happened to her, there were no new leads, nothing, On this day, a 56-year-old reporter named Vlado Teneski, who actually happened to live not that far away from where Zavana lived, he got a call from one of his police sources. And the source would tell him that Zavana had actually just been found, even though this was not public information, and unfortunately, Zavana was dead. Her body, which had been beaten and strangled and stabbed, had been found wrapped up in plastic and dumped in this illegal dumping area not far from the town's football stadium. The source told Vlado that when her body was searched, they discovered she still had valuables on her person, and so that kind of ruled out the possibility that this was a robbery gone wrong, which was the initial theory about what they were seeing. However, when police had done an initial probe into Zavana's life to figure out who this victim was, they discovered that she was just this poor old cleaning lady who had no enemies to speak of, and so it really just made no sense that she was the victim of such an obviously brutal and intimate murder that was not financially motivated, at least not on the surface. Vlado thanked his source for all the information and then hung up. Vlado's source had sounded really shocked by this murder as he was telling Vlado, but now, as Vlado was sitting here thinking about what he had just been told, he wasn't really shocked as much as he was suspicious. He felt like something just was off about this murder. Maybe Zavana appeared to be this poor old cleaning lady with no enemies, but in reality, maybe that wasn't who she was. Maybe she was leading a secret life that got her killed. Or maybe she had stumbled upon something she was not supposed to see, and that got her killed. Vlado had no idea, but he just felt like, there's something off about this, and it needs to be investigated. Now, Vlado had a reputation in town for being this very aggressive and kind of fearless journalist who had no problem diving headfirst into some of these really murky stories that could involve corruption or misuse of power, and he would get to the bottom of it, and he would publish these articles where he spoke really critically about the government, about police, about anybody really who was in a position of power. But as a result of conducting himself this way, over his 30-year career, Vlado had been threatened with violence many, many times for things he had written or things he was about to write. But even though Vlado knew this Zavana murder case had the potential to once again put him in hot water with the powers that be, he still felt like it was his responsibility to dive into this thing and get to the truth. So, feeling determined, Vlado grabbed his notebook and pen, and he walked out the front door of his house, and he made the several-minute-long walk over to Zavana's house. And when he got there, her son, Zoran, opened the door, and a few minutes later, Vlado and Zoran were sitting in the kitchen talking about what had happened. Zoran told Vlado all about how he came home and discovered his mom wasn't there, and then he went to the neighbor's house, and they explained how, they had seen Zavana running off to the hospital to go look for Zoran, but Zoran's like, I'm not hurt, I didn't get into a car accident, what's going on here? And as Zoran spoke, Vlado took lots of notes and asked lots of follow-up questions, and by the end of this interview, when Vlado felt like he knew everything there was to know about Zavana, he felt like he actually had a pretty good working theory as to what actually happened to Zavana. And the reason he felt like his theory could be accurate had to do with what Zoran told Vlado his mother did for a living, that she was a cleaning lady. Now, it took Vlado a couple of days to put together his story. He had to go out and interview dozens more people in the neighborhood. But finally, on May 19th, so just 3 days after Zavana was found murdered, Vlado published a story in the newspaper. And the story's explosive headline read, "A Serial Killer Stalks Kosovo." Did you know that this YouTube channel is not the only place where we post strange, dark, and mysterious content? No, we also have the Mr. Ballin podcast, which has over 180 episodes, all strange, dark, and mysterious, that are available to listen to right now on Amazon Music. And at least half of them are completely exclusive to the podcast, which means you cannot get those stories unless you listen on the podcast. But that's not all. In addition to the Mr. Ballin podcast, we also have Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries podcast, which you guessed it, covers medical mysteries. They're all strange, dark, and mysterious, but medical is the focus. And that podcast is available on all podcast platforms, but if you listen on Amazon Music, you can get batches of 8 episodes that get released in seasons. On all other podcast platforms, it's 1 episode a week, but Amazon Music, it's like a binge. So again, in addition to this YouTube channel, there are 2 other places, Mr. Ballin Podcast and Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, where you can find more new, original, strange, dark, and mysterious content. Go check them out. In the story, Vlado says that Zavana's murder was very likely not an isolated killing. Instead, her murder was likely linked to 2 other murders of 2 other women. And these 2 other victims looked an awful lot like Zavana, literally. They were poor, older women who were also cleaning ladies. And so that was why when Vlado was talking to Zoran and Zoran described how his mother was, what she did for work, what she looked like, that Vlado started to remember these other victims and he put it all together. The other 2 victims were 64-year-old Mitra Simjanoska, who was murdered in 2005, and the other victim was 56-year-old Lubitsa Lukoska, who was murdered in 2007. Now, Vlado's story was totally explosive because what he's saying is that there is a serial killer that is on the loose in this town. But this story was also highly explosive because Vlado spoke very critically about the police who were involved in this investigation. Specifically, he pointed out that the 05 and 07 murders of those 2 other women, those had been totally mishandled because arrests had been made in at least one of those cases, and clearly whoever they arrested was innocent here. And so the police just totally dropped the ball, at least in Vlado's opinion. And when the police read Vlado's story, they were very upset at him because he was so critical of them. However, the police also did see that Vlado had managed to uncover a lot of new details from all of his interviews with witnesses and people in the neighborhood that did seem to paint a picture of this potentially really being a serial killer, not individual isolated killings. And so the police, based on Vlado's story, would actually begin investigating a serial killer in their midst. They linked all 3 murders and they began basically a new investigation. However, at the same time they began this new investigation, Vlado began to notice that he was being tailed all the time by police. He would be out in town doing his job, reporting and interviewing people, and there'd just be a police officer standing somewhere in the distance watching him. But Vlado had anticipated that no matter what, he was likely going to face some sort of blowback from the police, and so he just kind of accepted that they were going to watch him and maybe try to intimidate him, but it wasn't going to bother him because he had done his job, he had reported the story the best that he could, and if they wanted to watch him from a distance, they could do that. By early June, so about 2 weeks after Zavana had been found murdered, the police, in this new serial killer investigation they were doing, had narrowed down their suspect pool, which was in the hundreds, down to just 3 people, and they felt like they were very close to making an arrest. About a month later, on June 20th, so by this point Vlado is still being trailed by police all the time, but the police have not come out publicly and said anything about the serial killer case. They're just continuing their investigation. But on this day, June 20th, Vlado's editor at the newspaper got a call from a police officer telling the editor they were about to make an arrest in the serial killer case. And as soon as their conversation ended, the editor called Vlado to tell him the news. But when he called Vlado, Vlado didn't pick up, which was very unusual. Vlado always answered his calls. And the editor was also thinking to himself how strange it was that this officer had contacted him and not Vlado. Like, why aren't you going to the guy writing the stories and telling him about this new development? Why are you coming to me? The editor would continue to try calling Vlado several more times, but Vlado never answered, and so ultimately the editor just kind of assumed that Vlado must be busy, interviewing someone, or maybe more likely, he had already learned about this imminent arrest, and he was on scene, ready to capture in real time this arrest that was about to take place. Meanwhile, on a quiet street in Kosovo, the police had surrounded this very modest 2-story home that was very overgrown up front. It was surrounded by tall fir trees, and all the windows had heavy drapes covering them up. And then once the police felt like they had totally surrounded this building, a team of officers walked up onto the porch and knocked on the door and yelled out that they were police and whoever was inside to come out with their hands up. And for a moment, it was just totally silent and tense. And then the police on the porch heard footsteps inside the house. They had their guns ready to go, and then the door slowly opened up, and this man, who seemed very unthreatening and kind of confused, stepped out onto the porch, and the police immediately arrested him and took him away. A few minutes later, back at the newspaper headquarters, Vlado's editor got another phone call. And when he answered, it was the same police officer who had called before to warn him about this upcoming arrest. Except this time, the officer was calling to say the arrest had been made, they had caught their serial killer, and then he told the editor the name of the person they arrested. And when the editor heard the name, he dropped the phone in shock. The serial killer was Vlado. It would turn out that Vlado appeared very professional and calm on the outside, but inside, he was full of rage, specifically at his mother, who he viewed as this terrible, cruel person. And after she died in 2002, Vlado became obsessed with this idea of getting revenge on his deceased mother. And the way he decided he would do that would be by killing random women who just kind of looked and seemed an awful lot like his mother, i.e., they were poor, older, and cleaning ladies. His 3 victims, Mitra in 2005, Lubitsa in 2007, and Zivana in 2008, had all personally known Vlado's mother. And so Vlado had actually used that connection to gain each of his victims' trust, and then once he had their trust, he would lure them away to strangle, stab, and beat them to death. In Vlado's explosive newspaper story, he lied about a whole bunch of things just to throw the police off. Like, for example, he made up that he spoke to a witness who claimed to have seen Zivana get into a car with 2 men right before she vanished. Vlado did not see that. That was just a total lie designed to confuse the police. Vlado had also been the one to plant that story on the radio about Zivana's son, Zoran, being in this terrible accident. That had caused Zivana to run out of her house and be vulnerable to be scooped up and killed, which is exactly what Vlado wanted. He had called the radio station and told them about this accident, and because he had previously worked for that radio station, they believed him without doing any fact-checking and broadcast the story. And so really that whole radio broadcast was just a very intentional trap by Vlado to kill Zivana. But what ultimately got Vlado caught was in the article he wrote, he left in some really specific details that the police had not revealed to the public. And so basically by including these in the story, it meant Vlado had an inside scoop into what was really going on. Like, for example, Vlado said that all 3 of these women who had been killed by the serial killer had been strangled to death by telephone cords that were left at the scene. But again, the police had not revealed that to the public, and so when they read the story, they actually became very suspicious of Vlado and thought he could be involved in these murders. And so when Vlado felt like the police were trailing him just to intimidate him, in reality, the police were trailing Vlado because they thought he could be the murderer, and eventually, when they got a DNA sample from Vlado, it was confirmed that their suspicions were right. He was the killer. After Vlado's arrest, he was immediately charged with 2 of the 3 murders, and the police were getting ready to charge him with the 3rd, and they were even looking at a 4th victim, potentially, that maybe Vlado had killed as well, but they weren't entirely sure yet. But on June 23rd, so just 3 days after Vlado's arrest, he died in jail in a way that really didn't make any sense. Vlado had drowned in a small bucket of water inside of his jail cell while there were 3 other people inside of that jail cell with him who all said they didn't notice it happening. Officially, Vlado's death was ruled a suicide, and after his death, all of the murder investigations were closed. It's no secret that many of the stories I cover involve people attacking other people or even killing other people, and I just need you to know that I do not take that lightly. The people in these stories are real. They had real families and friends. They had jobs, careers, ambitions, goals, good days, bad days. I mean, they were just like us. But unfortunately, the way the media often portrays violent crime is the focus of the news coverage is on the perpetrator or perpetrators and not on the actual victim or victims or their families. When the news coverage fades about the crime, the victim and their families are just kind of forgotten about. Until now. The Mr. Ballin Foundation, which was founded in 2022, exists solely to honor and support victims of violent crime as well as their families. And because the operational expenses of the Mr. Ballin Foundation are funded entirely by Ballin Studios, it means charitable donations that come into the foundation go 100% to the cause. Not 99%, not 98%, 100%. Your money that comes in, it goes right out the door to the cause. And this year, in 2023 alone, with your help, we raised $763,420. And that money was given directly to victims of violent crime as well as their families. And also portions of that money were also given to reputable, established charitable organizations that are out there right now making a real difference for these forgotten people that we're trying to help. If you want to get involved, go to mrballin.foundation and click on the tab at the top of the screen that says Get Involved. Most people join the Honor Them Society, which you can learn about on the Get Involved tab, because in addition to supporting the cause, that tier of giving also affords you perks like exclusive access to special live events with me. So again, the website is mrballin.foundation and just click on Get Involved. Thank you so much to all of our donors, our supporters, and of course the fans of The Strange, Dark, and Mysterious. Without all of you, none of this would be possible.
Okay, so there was a serial killer that we never knew existed. I didn't know. That is insane. Damn. Dinner was good, but I think we can still watch at least one or two more videos before we call it a night. Because, well, I'm having a good time. Also, we're making up for yesterday as well. Okay, this I kind of want to see. This one. Okay. Actually, this one and this one. So what do you guys say? These are actually pretty good. Or is it this one? Let's see. I'm gonna put something up. Before we start. No, I need to stretch my legs. Okay. Let's see about... You know what? Oh god. Okay, we all have had a babysitter.
In 1999, a father arrived at a train station to pick up his teenage daughter from school. But when the train she was supposed to be on arrived at the station, she didn't get off. And so the father just sat in the parking lot, assuming his daughter must be late and she'll be on the next train. But as more and more trains came into the station, none of them were carrying his daughter. And so eventually, this father just left the parking lot and headed back home, believing his daughter must have found another way home. Unfortunately, though, that was not the case. It would turn out his daughter had made a fateful decision that day that would soon turn her and her family's lives into a nightmare. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please soak the like button's underpants and then place them in the freezer. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. In 1998, the Barber family was living a charmed life. Michael and Elizabeth had been happily married for 20 years, and they had 3 beautiful daughters who ranged in age from 9 to 15, and they were all thriving. The family lived in a very modest, plain-looking home in Melbourne, Australia, but the second you stepped foot inside of that home, you would see it was bursting with life. The sounds of kids laughing and playing, and of Michael and Elizabeth happily chatting away filled every room. Now, the Barbers' lives were not perfect by any means. In fact, they struggled financially and lived basically paycheck to paycheck. However, they didn't let their financial struggles define them. Instead, Michael and Elizabeth put a lot of stock in another aspect of their lives that they were all undeniably rich in, and that was in creativity. Michael was a toy maker and a designer, and Elizabeth worked in children's literature. And each of the 3 Barber children were beginning to cultivate their own unique creative gifts. At 9 years old, Heather, who was the youngest, had developed a lovely singing voice. Ashley Rose, who was the middle child at 11 years old, had learned to play the flute. But the Barber's oldest daughter, 15-year-old Rachel, was really the star of the family. In fact, they called her that, Rachel Star. Rachel was an extremely talented dancer. She was so graceful and stylish that even when she was just walking around, it almost looked like she was dancing. Rachel was also very beautiful, with big emerald green eyes and fair skin, and she had this effortless charisma that just drew people to her. From the outside, Rachel really did look like the kid who had everything going for her. But, like the rest of us, Rachel had her own struggles. Like she was not a natural student. No matter how hard she tried, math and science just seemed impossible to her. And Rachel had a number of acute fears that really made certain aspects of her life very challenging. She was deathly afraid of the dark, she was afraid of talking to strangers, she was afraid of navigating the public transportation system on her own, and even just the thought of going into a store by herself filled her with immense dread. As a result of having these fears, Rachel was actually very dependent on her parents. Her mother, Elizabeth, would jokingly say that Rachel was 15, going on 18, going on 12. Eventually, when Rachel's anxieties and fears, combined with her struggles with traditional schoolwork, put her into a bit of a depression, her parents decided they needed to step in and take action. They wanted their Rachel Star to be happy. They wanted to encourage her and nurture her strengths. And the thing that they knew she loved the most and was the best at was dance. So in September of 1998, Michael and Elizabeth allowed Rachel to drop out of her traditional school and transfer to a full-time dance school in Richmond, which was an inner-city suburb of Melbourne located about 20 minutes away from the Barber's house. And once Rachel was enrolled in this new dance school, she blossomed. She made loads of new friends, she started modeling, which was something she was very proud of, and she met a boy, Manny, who she absolutely adored. But as well as things seemed to be going for Rachel at her new school, she would soon make a fateful decision that would have absolutely catastrophic effects. On Monday, March 1st of 1999, so 5 months after Rachel had transferred to this new dance school, Rachel and her father, Michael, like every other morning, left the Barber household, climbed into Michael's car, and began driving to Wattle Park, which was a train station closest to their house. From Wattle Park, Rachel would catch a train that would take her to the Richmond station, and then she would get off, she would meet up with a friend, they would have breakfast, and they would walk the rest of the way to their dance school. When Michael pulled into the parking lot at Wattle Park and parked the car, and Rachel was getting her stuff to climb out of the vehicle to head up to the train, he stopped his daughter and said, "Hey, remember, I'll be back here at 6:15 tonight to pick you up." And Rachel looked at him, she smiled and said, "Okay," and then she hopped out of the car and she pranced her way over to the station. Michael watched his daughter just long enough to see her climb the steps and disappear, at which point he put his car back in drive, he left the lot, and he headed back home. That evening, Michael returned to Wattle Park. But at 6:15 p.m., when the train came rolling into the station, Rachel was not on board. Michael assumed his daughter must have been running late and so missed the train she would always take, and so he just sat in the parking lot and waited for the next train to come into the station. And a few minutes later, when it pulled into the station, Rachel was not on that train either. And so Michael, he was starting to get worried because he's looking outside, it's getting dark, he knows his daughter hates being out in the dark, she's afraid of being alone, and he's wondering, what's going on with her, but he keeps telling himself that she's bound to show up any minute. And so Michael just sat in this parking lot and watched train after train after train come through the station, and Rachel wasn't on any of them. Now, Michael didn't have a cell phone, and neither did Rachel, so he couldn't just call her to see where she was. But finally, after a few more trains came through and none of them contained his daughter, he left the parking lot but went to his parents' house, which was much closer than his own home, and he rushed inside and he grabbed their phone and he called back to his home, and when his wife, Elizabeth, Rachel's mom, picked up the phone, he immediately asked her, "Hey, is Rachel home? Did she get a ride home from one of her friends?" And Elizabeth would tell Michael, "No, she's not here, and she hasn't called." This was the moment when Michael and Elizabeth instinctively knew something had to be wrong. Rachel was on time for everything, and if she was late, she would always call ahead or call afterwards and at least give some explanation. But to just go silent and not show up, that was not in character. And again, because it was pitch black outside and they knew she was probably alone, that was a situation they knew Rachel would never want to be in because it would have terrified her. And so Michael tells Elizabeth he's going to come home as fast as he can. They hang up. And then while Elizabeth is waiting for her husband to return, she picked the phone right back up and she dialed Manny's number. That's Rachel's boyfriend. She figured maybe Rachel was with Manny, or at the very least, maybe she checked in with Manny because most nights Rachel and Manny spoke on the phone. But when Manny picked up the phone, he would tell Elizabeth that he hasn't seen Rachel since earlier in the day, and she has not called him, which to him was odd. When Elizabeth asked Manny, what was my daughter doing when you were with her last? Manny would say, "Oh, we went out to a shopping mall near the school in Richmond, and we went to the shoe store, and Rachel actually walked up to a very particular set of shoes. They were these big platform blue chunky shoes, and she said that she was going to buy them the next day, and she was really excited about it." And Elizabeth, as she's hearing this, she knew exactly the shoes that Manny was describing, because just the day before, Rachel had taken her mom, Elizabeth, to the shoe store and pleaded with her to get those blue chunky platform shoes. But when Elizabeth had looked at the price tag, they were $100, and so they were too expensive. And so as Elizabeth is hearing Manny say that her daughter is talking about how she's going to buy these shoes the next day, Elizabeth is thinking, with what money? Rachel has no money. How could she possibly afford those shoes? And so she asked Manny, did Rachel say how she planned on affording those blue shoes? And Manny would say, actually, yeah. She told me that she had this secret job, but she wouldn't give me any more details about it. And she said that with the money from this secret job, she'd be able to buy these shoes. Manny would tell Elizabeth that Rachel really stressed that this secret job was nothing to worry about. It was nothing immoral. But as Elizabeth is listening to Manny tell her this, all her alarm bells are going off. She could not fathom any job that would require a 15-year-old girl to go out by herself at night doing something that was secret and give absolutely no information to her family. Every possibility just seemed bad. After hanging up the phone with Manny, Elizabeth began frantically calling all of Rachel's friends and acquaintances and different locations around town that she knew her daughter would frequent, but nobody had any information about where Rachel was. A little while later, Michael finally pulled into the driveway, and when he went inside, he talked to his wife briefly, but he could tell they had no new information, their daughter was still not home, this was becoming a crisis. And so very quickly, Michael just left the house, got right back into his car, and he drove to the police station. But when he got to the police station, the police didn't really offer the response that he was hoping for. From the police's perspective, it sounded like a teenage girl has been missing for a few hours, and so in their mind, they're thinking, one, that's not an emergency yet, And 2, she probably just kind of ran off. Teenagers do that, they come back the next day, it's normal. And so despite Michael's pleas to the police that no, this is different, my daughter would never do that, she would never run away, this is totally out of character, despite all those pleas, the police said, look, Michael, just go home, wait, your daughter will be home soon, and if for some reason in the next few days she does not come back home, you come back and you tell us. And so Michael, now feeling totally devastated and terrified for his daughter's safety, finally did just leave the police station and he headed back home. And then he and his wife and his 2 other daughters had a terrible, restless night's sleep, wondering what was going on with Rachel. And then finally, when the sun came up the next morning, Michael and Elizabeth rushed out of their bedroom and headed into the kitchen, hoping, praying that Rachel would just magically be in their house again. But when they went into the kitchen, Rachel wasn't there. She had not come home. However, pretty early on this second day of Rachel's disappearance, Michael and Elizabeth would learn something new. Manny would get in touch with Michael and Elizabeth, and he would tell them that he remembered something Rachel had said during their final conversation the day before. She had told Manny that he had nothing to worry about with regards to this secret job because it wasn't immoral, it was totally safe, and Manny said, Rachel said there was an old female friend who was going to be there at this job site in some way participating that would keep her safe. And so Michael and Elizabeth have no idea what to make of this old female friend, but in a way it was kind of a relief because they know their daughter is basically terrified to be alone. And so at least knowing wherever she was with this old friend, that made them feel good. But the parents' positivity about this new development quickly faded when they began calling around to all of Rachel's friends, both new and old, female and otherwise, and none of them were missing. Everybody was where they were supposed to be, and nobody knew anything about what happened to Rachel. The only intel the parents got from this round of calling all of her friends was that several of her friends said that the day before, the day Rachel disappeared, they had walked with Rachel back to the train station after school. And in fact, one of the friends told Michael and Elizabeth that they offered Rachel a ride home so that she wouldn't have to ride the train back home, but Rachel had turned it down, saying her father was going to be meeting her on the other end at Wattle Park at 6:15 p.m. The Barbers didn't know what to make of this. Did Rachel believe at the time that she could go do this secret job and still be back in time to meet her father at 6:15 at Wattle Park? Or did she lie to the friend who was offering the ride and make up the story that she planned on seeing her father when in reality she planned on ditching her father and going and doing this secret job for the night? But regardless of which of these things were true, the parents just still could not understand why by now, 24 hours later, their daughter still had not called to check in. Michael and Elizabeth found themselves wondering if they really knew their Rachel Starr as well as they thought they did. You know, maybe she had actually run away like the police suggested. The parents were totally distraught, they were totally anxious and terrified, and so with nothing else to do, over the next several days, they just continued to go out and look everywhere and talk to everyone to try to find where their daughter was. But everything they looked into turned into a dead end. Then, finally, on Monday, March 8th, so exactly 1 week since Rachel had disappeared, Michael and Elizabeth got a new lead. A girl named Allison, who had gone to a dance class with Rachel before Rachel had transferred schools, had overheard her younger sister talking about the Rachel Barber disappearance and how nobody had seen or heard from Rachel since 5:45 p.m. the previous Monday. Allison, who had not heard about Rachel's disappearance until this very moment, knew immediately she had to go forward and talk to police because she actually saw Rachel on the night she disappeared, a full hour after her last known sighting. At 6:40 p.m. on the night Rachel disappeared, Allison was on the train car headed to Praron, which is a suburb located southeast of where Rachel lived. And when this train that Allison was on pulled into the Richmond station and the doors opened up, Allison watched as Rachel, along with this other girl who Allison didn't recognize, walked on board and then took seats right next to each other on the other end of the train away from Allison. Now, from Allison's perspective, immediately it was clear they were friends. They were laughing and joking together and just kind of in their own world. And so Allison didn't want to be rude, so she stopped staring at them, and they continued riding the train until they got to the Praron station, at which point Allison got up to leave the train, But as she did, she saw Rachel and this mystery girl. They also had stood up and they were making their way out of the door. And as they were leaving, Rachel actually would look up and see Allison, and they would both smile and wave at each other. But that was it. And then Allison would watch as Rachel and her friend would leave ahead of her, and they would walk down the platform. And from Allison's perspective, it seemed obvious that Rachel and this girl were friends, and whatever they were going to go do, they were choosing to go do, and they were going to do together. When Michael and Elizabeth heard about this sighting of their daughter on the train and this mystery girl, on the one hand, it was kind of reassuring because it meant that Rachel was with this friend, potentially the old female friend that Rachel mentioned to Manny, and so whatever she was doing, at least she was not alone. But on the other hand, it begged the question of what role did this mystery person play in wherever Rachel was now? Had Rachel and this mystery girl gone to do this secret job together and then something happened to them? Or had this mystery girl been Rachel's accomplice, and they had run off together like the police thought? Whatever the case was, the Barbers and the police at this point, who were looking much more seriously into the Barber case by now, they knew the next step was identifying this mystery girl. A couple of days later, on Thursday, March 11th, the police called in an artist to create a sketch of this mystery girl that Allison had seen on the train. Allison would describe this mystery girl as being older than Rachel, being heavier than Rachel, and very plain. That day, the police also ordered a trace on all of the phone calls going into the Barber residence on the day before she went missing, because they figured that if Rachel and this mystery girl were in cahoots on some sort of secret thing together, they likely communicated the day before. And when the phone call trace came back, there was one phone number in particular that stood out to police. There was a private phone number that called the Barber household twice on the day before Rachel disappeared. Once at 5:24 p.m., and that call lasted about 15 minutes, and then shortly after that call ended, the private number called back, and then there was another conversation that lasted about 30 minutes. It would take police another 24 hours, but eventually they would figure out who this private caller was. It was a 20-year-old woman named Caroline Robertson who very closely resembled the police sketch of the mystery girl that Allison had seen on the train, and it just so happened that Caroline Robertson lived very close to the Praron train station where Allison saw the mystery girl and Rachel get off. Additionally, Caroline was Rachel's old babysitter and was very close with the Barber family, and so it seemed very likely that Caroline was both the mystery girl on the train and the old female friend that Rachel had mentioned to Manny when she told him about this secret job. This new information was a huge relief. From Michael and Elizabeth's perspective and the police's perspective, it now seemed very likely that Rachel and Caroline had just snuck off together and were now probably hiding out at Caroline's apartment near the Praron train station. And so, believing they could put an end to this missing teenager drama that night, the police hopped in their cars and they drove over to Caroline's apartment. But when they got there at 5:25 p.m., they very quickly realized that things were not as they seemed. Police walked up to Caroline's front door and they knocked and began yelling out for Caroline and Rachel to come outside, but nobody yelled back and nobody opened the door. When they tried the handle, they found it was locked, so they got in touch with the property's real estate agent, who came out and gave them a set of spare keys, and when the police tried those keys, they found they still could not open the door because the door had been locked from the inside with a special latch. And so the police began walking around the perimeter of the building looking for another way inside. And as they're walking, one of the officers looks up and sees a second floor window of the apartment is open, and it's open enough that clearly a person could slip inside. And so the police contacted the fire department, who showed up very quickly, and they put a ladder up against the side of the apartment that went up to that open window, and then a police officer began climbing up. And when he got up to the window and could look inside, he saw he was looking into a bedroom. And at first, it looked totally ordinary until he noticed there was a body lying face down at the foot of the bed on the ground. It was Caroline. The officer on the ladder immediately turned around and yelled for backup, and then he and other officers poured into the apartment, and before long, Caroline, who did actually still have a pulse, but she was totally unconscious and not responding, she was being rushed to the hospital. And while that was happening, the remainder of the officers who were on site, they all went into the apartment to try to find Rachel. And so as they're searching this apartment, which was totally messy, there was things everywhere, there were boxes everywhere, it almost looked like Carolyn had been packing her apartment to move, potentially, when something happened to her, causing her to fall unconscious inside of her bedroom. And so the police searched this apartment top to bottom, and they did not find Rachel. In fact, there was no trace of Rachel anywhere, except they did find a bag of clothes that looked like they were Rachel's size, not Caroline's size, but it wasn't clear if those were actually Rachel's clothes. And so the police just kind of walked around the apartment, gathering up anything that seemed suspicious, like they found rubber gloves and hair dye, they found some bank receipts and some notebooks with some strange writing in them, and they just hoped that some of this stuff might lead to Rachel. Back at the hospital, Caroline had regained consciousness, and even though she was very disoriented and seemed kind of out of it, the medical staff allowed the police to come in right away and start asking questions because they knew time was of the essence with Rachel. They had to find her. And so the officers came into Caroline's room, and they sat down, and the first question they asked her was, "Do you know where Rachel Barber is?" And Caroline just stood there kind of stunned for a second, and then just said, "Yes." Over the next few months, as Caroline's memory came back into focus, she would piece together one of the most unbelievable stories that police in Melbourne had ever heard. The following is a reconstruction of that story based both on Caroline's testimony and on what police were able to actually fact check. Back on Sunday, February 28th, 1999, so the day before Rachel vanished, Caroline called Rachel and offered her a job. Caroline told Rachel that she was working on this psychology study and she needed participants. However, the study was highly confidential, so if Rachel did want to be a part of it, she wouldn't be able to tell anyone what she was doing. However, the study was quite lucrative for Rachel, and it really didn't require much of Rachel. All Rachel had to do was meet Caroline the following day after school was over at the Richmond train station, and then the two of them would ride the train to Prahran. They would get off, make their way to Caroline's apartment, and there they would conduct this psychological study, and when it was over, Caroline would pay Rachel $100 and the cost of transportation. And so Rachel, she was thrilled at the idea because she wanted those beautiful blue shoes, and so she said yes. So the next day, Monday, March 1st, Rachel wrapped up school. She made her way to the Richmond train station. She connected with Caroline. They hopped on board the train. They made their way to Prahran with Allison spotting them on the train as they went. And then when they got off the train at Prahran, Caroline and Rachel would make their way to a nearby pizza shop and get a pizza and some beer. And then they would walk the rest of the way to Caroline's apartment. Once they were inside the apartment, Caroline led them upstairs to her bedroom, and then they both sat down on the floor at the foot of the bed and began eating their pizza and having some beer and just laughing and exchanging some stories. And then after their dinner was over, Caroline told Rachel it was time to start the study, and it began with a guided meditation. Sitting next to Rachel, Caroline told her to stay calm, think happy thoughts, close your eyes, and just begin to breathe in nice and slow, breathe out nice and slow, and just feel yourself breathing in and out. And so Rachel did as she was told and began breathing in and out and being very calm. And Caroline, at this point, she stood up and began kind of pacing around the room, watching Rachel periodically and reminding her to think happy thoughts and stay calm and keep just listening to herself breathe in and breathe out. And then at some point, Caroline just stopped and stood right in front of Rachel and just stared at her really intently. And at some point, Caroline was confident that the drugs she had laced in the pizza that she had given Rachel were starting to take an effect. It looked like Rachel was starting to doze off. And so at that point, Caroline walked around behind Rachel, who still had her eyes closed. She's still doing the study, and Caroline pulled out a telephone cord. She wrapped it around Rachel's neck, and she pulled it as tight as she could. Immediately, Rachel came out of her trance, and she reached up and began trying to pull the cord off of her neck. But Caroline was easily 50 pounds heavier than Rachel, and easily was able to maintain control over Rachel. And so Rachel is squirming and fighting and scratching and doing everything she can to try to get this cord off, but she can't. And eventually the fight just leaves her body and she goes still. Caroline would maintain tension on that cord to ensure Rachel was dead, but then eventually she would release the tension on the cord, at which point she would drag Rachel's body into a nearby closet and she would shut the door. 2 days later, Caroline would open that closet up and she would drag Rachel's body back out of the closet with the cord still wrapped around her neck. And she would roll Rachel's body up in a carpet and then stuff her inside of a large army duffel bag that Caroline had purchased for this exact reason, for disposing Rachel's body. And then she called a taxi who came to her apartment, and she lugged Rachel's body still inside of this bag and dumped it in the taxi. And then she and Rachel's body and the taxi driver drove about an hour north to rural Kilmore, where Caroline's father had a vacation home. And there she would bury Rachel's body in a shallow grave next to one of her childhood pets. When Caroline had been rushed to the hospital because she was found unconscious in her bedroom by police, the assumption was she, and probably Rachel, had been attacked, and that was why Caroline was unconscious. But what really happened is Caroline was in her apartment, and she saw the police show up, and it made her so stressed that it triggered a seizure, and that was why she passed out in her bedroom. When she came to in the hospital and people began asking her what happened, she would say that Rachel's death was an accident. However, months later, after investigators had gone through all of the evidence they had collected from Caroline's apartment, they discovered Rachel's death was anything but accidental. According to the notebooks they found all over Caroline's apartment, which were basically Caroline's journals, Caroline hated herself. She totally loathed her physical image and who she was, and she was obsessed with the girl she used to babysit, Rachel Barber. Rachel was this beautiful, perfect person that Caroline wished she could be. And so one day, Caroline decided she would just stop being Caroline and would literally become Rachel. And to do that, she would kill Rachel and assume her identity. The secret job, the psychology study that Caroline offered Rachel, was a very intentional trap. She knew Rachel wanted money for things like those blue shoes, and she knew Rachel would trust Caroline. Caroline was her babysitter, and so Rachel would have no problem going into Caroline's apartment alone at night to get the money. Caroline planned to murder Rachel and stage it so it looked like Rachel had run away, and then afterwards, Caroline planned to lose 45 pounds and then get a nose job so she would look more like Rachel. And then to complete her transformation, Caroline would legally change her name to Rachel Barber. In November of 2000, Caroline Robertson pleaded guilty to murdering Rachel Barber and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In January of 2015, Caroline was released after only serving 15 of those 20 years. In the years after Rachel's death, Rachel's mother, Elizabeth, would write a book about the experience called The Perfect Victim, which would later be adapted into a major movie that starred some of Australia's biggest actors and actresses. On Wednesday, March 24th, 1999, Rachel Barber's body was once again lowered into the ground, except this time she was surrounded by friends and family and people who loved her. Over 850 people attended Rachel's funeral. They brought letters and poems and toys, which were all buried with Rachel, as were the blue shoes that Rachel so wanted that she planned to buy with the $100 Caroline had promised her. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please soak all of the like buttons' underpants in water and then put them in the freezer. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast.
Okay. What the actual fuck? Like, I know the self-loathing thing is not exactly healthy. I hate it myself for how I looked. I still do. But I don't go nuts and go whatever the fuck she did. You know what? Nope. Fuck that, not happening. Oh, jeez. Some people just... Nope. Nope. Not going there. Alright. Let's look at something absolutely horrific. His Curiosity had a terrifying ending. Okay, I'm done. Let's go.
Today's story is about a man and his quest for the perfect photo. He would eventually get it, but it would cost him dearly. We will show you his picture at the end of today's video. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to buy the like button a brand new set of AirPods, but just give them regular earbuds with the cords cut off. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Saturday, April 25th, 1987 was a beautiful spring day in the mountains of northwest Montana. It was exactly the kind of day that 40-year-old Charles Gibbs and his wife Glenda had been waiting for months. The sky was clear, the sun was bright, and the breeze was warm. And so, at around 9 a.m. that morning, Charles and Glenda had a quick breakfast inside of their house in the rural city of Libby, and then they started stuffing their backpacks full of their hiking equipment. Charles and Glenda were going to go to Glacier National Park, which is a 1 million acre wilderness preserve with alpine meadows, forests, rivers, and lakes that are so bright and crystal blue, they almost look like they're glowing. The park is ringed by snow-covered mountains, and it's dotted with glaciers, which are huge masses of pure ice that jut up out of the rock and make you feel like you've stumbled onto some ancient frozen planet. The park is actually so otherworldly that when Hollywood producers were looking for a location to shoot the heaven scene in the big movie What Dreams May Come, they chose Glacier National Park as their location. And for Charles and Glenda, this place practically was heaven. It was the place they went all the time to go hiking, especially on beautiful sunny spring days. After packing all of their gear, Charles and Glenda made their way out the front door and began heading to their car, when as they were walking, Charles suddenly stopped short, shook his head, turned around, and ran back inside the house. When he came back out again, he was carrying his camera bag, and so he ran over to the car, he sat down in the driver's seat, and he grinned at his wife, and he held up the bag, and he said, "Now we're ready." Both Charles and Glenda worked for the public schools in Libby. Glenda was an elementary school teacher, and Charles drove a school bus. But like a lot of people who lived in Montana, their real passion was the outdoors. And for Charles specifically, his real passion was wildlife photography. He was actually a pretty accomplished amateur photographer. He'd had a couple of photo exhibits locally, and he'd gotten a few of his pictures published in the local newspaper. But what Charles really wanted to do with his photography was get one of his wildlife pictures published in a weekly publication called the Hungry Horse News. The Hungry Horse News was a tiny publication, but they had won a Pulitzer Prize, which is the highest award for American journalism. And the Hungry Horse News was famous for its nature photography. Charles had been submitting his work for years to the Hungry Horse News, but the editor kept rejecting them, telling Charles that his photos were totally beautiful, but they weren't dynamic enough. Nothing was happening in these photos. And so that morning, on the couple's drive to Glacier National Park, Charles began talking out loud to Glenda about what strategy he was going to use for his photographs during their hike. You know, what route they were going to be on and what was the best angle to take certain pictures. And as Glenda listened to Charles, she just smiled to herself because it was like no matter how many times Charles got shot down by the Hungry Horse News, she knew he was never going to give up. And so she loved his determination and just unflappable attitude about his craft. At around 11 a.m., Charles and Glenda pulled off the highway and began heading towards the trailhead where they would start their hike that day, which was located at the base of Elk Mountain on the southern border of the park. The route they had chosen for that day was not one of the most popular at the park, and the reason for that was the trail was really steep, and in certain parts of it, it was fairly overgrown, and so really only the most hardcore hikers would go up this trail, of which there weren't that many. And so Charles and Glenda were used to being on this trail and seeing no one, but they preferred it that way. They loved being alone out in nature. Finally, they reached the gravel parking lot right at the trailhead, and Charles parked their car, and then he and Glenda hopped out. They grabbed their bags and then began walking on this trail. The first mile of this trail brought the couple out along an abandoned road, and then over some railroad tracks, and then out into this beautiful field full of white flowers. And then the trail really started to get difficult because it basically went straight up the side of a mountain. And as they walked up this really steep part of the trail, Charles was nonstop taking pictures of everything he saw. There were deer and mountain goats, and at some point the couple reached a clearing on this steep section where they could look down and see a lake, and they saw there were beavers hard at work building a dam. And so of course Charles got a picture of that too. Now, these were the days before digital photography, and so all these pictures that Charles was taking, he couldn't actually see. He needed to go home and develop the film to see if anything he took was worth keeping. But as Charles and Glenda continued their hike up this mountain, Charles was getting more and more excited about some of the shots he was getting. He felt like they were going to be really, really good, and Hungry Horse News was going to finally accept his work. The couple made it to the summit of this trail by early afternoon, and from up there, they had this beautiful panoramic view of all these jagged mountaintops that were covered in snow, separated by these huge valleys and prairies, and Charles and Glenda were the only ones up there, and so they had this unbelievable view all to themselves. And so the couple would eat the lunch that they brought with them while sitting on this rocky outcropping, kind of looking out over this stunning view. And then when they were done, they packed up their stuff and began heading back down because they knew they wanted to get off of this trail and out of the park before sundown. It was just about 5 p.m. when Charles and Glenda had reached the final slope of this steep section of the trail, and they were getting closer and closer to that big open field with the white flowers. And as they're going down this last section of steepness, Charles suddenly grabs Glenda and stops her and puts his fingers to his lips and then turns around and points behind him. Charles was visibly excited about whatever he was pointing at, but when Glenda looked in the direction he was pointing, she couldn't see anything, but she obviously knew that whatever he was pointing at, Charles wanted to take a picture of it. Now, Glenda by this point was really tired from the hiking and just wanted to go back to the car and go home. I mean, after all, Charles had taken dozens and dozens of pictures that day, like we don't need to get one more. And so Glenda would look at Charles impatiently, basically suggesting like, come on, we can come back another time. But Charles didn't budge, and he looked at her like, please, I want to get one more photo. And so Glenda kind of did one of these and was like, okay. And Charles said, thank you, I'll meet you at the car. And so Glenda stood there and watched as her husband got his camera out, turned around, and began slowly making his way back up the trail. And again, Glenda's looking, she can't see what he's going to take a picture of, but she figured, you know, he had his plan. And Glenda, she turned around and began heading back down towards the car. It didn't take long for Glenda to get back to the car. She got there right around 6 p.m. And when she got there, she hopped inside, sat in the front passenger seat, turned on the radio, and then she expected to have to wait for maybe another 20 minutes or so for Charles to finish up and come join her. But Glenda, after sitting in the car, was so tired that she accidentally fell asleep. And when she woke up again, she was kind of disoriented, and immediately she looked to see if her husband was in the car with her, and he wasn't. And she's looking outside, it's getting pretty dark out. She glanced at her watch, it was 7 p.m., which means Charles had left her for at least an hour by this point. And she's thinking, there's no way Charles would have been gone for an hour. He would never do that. He would never leave me alone like that. And so Glenda began glancing around her, kind of half expecting to see Charles just outside of their car, you know, doing something, but she was all alone. There was no other hikers or cars. Charles wasn't there. And so starting to panic, Glenda got out of her car and began hustling back onto the trail to go look for Charles. And so she's yelling for Charles, she's looking around, it's getting darker and darker, and there's no sign of Charles. He's not calling back to her, it's just totally silent. She walks along the abandoned road, she reaches the railroad tracks, she gets into that meadow with the white flowers, and still there's no sign of Charles. And she gets to the base of that steep section of the trail, and she's looking up at all these trees and how dark it was getting, and she's thinking to herself, if Charles is in trouble somewhere up there, there's no way I can help him by myself in the dark with no equipment, no one knows I'm here. I mean, this is an emergency and I need help. And so Glenda would scream a few more times for Charles, and after not hearing any response, she turned and ran all the way back to her car. She turned it on and she drove to the nearest ranger station. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. When I was younger, there were several people I was very close with who struggled mightily with depression, and it was very difficult to watch because all I wanted to do was help them, but the reality is it's the person who is struggling who needs to go out and get help in order to get better. You can't just magically make them feel better. And so because of this experience in my youth, by the time I was an adult, I was very adept at talking about my feelings to anyone who would listen because I was concerned if I didn't share, I might start bottling things up and then I would get depressed. However, it's really easy to talk openly about your feelings when your feelings are good and you feel okay. But when you feel really bad and sad and depressed, it's nearly impossible to tell people about how you feel. And so in 2017, when I started having really dark thoughts for the first time in my entire life, suddenly I was not able to tell people about it. Luckily, my family encouraged me to seek out professional help, and I did see a therapist, and ultimately, I really think that saved my life. So if you're struggling right now but feel like you can't talk to anyone about how you're feeling, consider giving BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey, and then you can talk to them however you feel most comfortable, whether it's through text, chat, video call, phone call, or some combination. And at any time, if you want to switch your therapist, it's easy and free to do so. Get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/Mr. Ballin. I've also left a link in the description. When she got there, she ran inside and immediately told the ranger where her and Charles had been, which trail they were on, and where roughly they were on this trail when she had gone to the car and Charles had turned around and gone uphill to take a picture of something. And as Glenda told the ranger all these details about where they were inside of the park, he really started to look worried. And when Glenda was done explaining, he told her that yes, we need to go right now and look for your husband, but I can't have you on that trail. It's too dangerous. And so this ranger had Glenda wait at the ranger station, and the ranger, by himself, headed back to the trailhead to go looking for Charles. And so the ranger, he gets to the trailhead, he hops out, he's got a rifle and a flashlight, and he begins walking along this trail, and by now, it's dark out. And so he's looking straight ahead with his flashlight and scanning side to side. He's calling out for Charles, and he's walking this trail. He gets all the way across the train tracks, through the meadow, and he gets to the steep section, and he actually begins going up this part of the trail until roughly the area where Glenda had described Charles going one way and her going back down. And when he got there, there was no sign of Charles, and so the ranger just took his rifle and fired 3 shots into the air, hoping that that might get Charles, if he was in the area, to hear him and call out or do something to indicate where he had gone. But after firing his gun, the ranger heard nothing. By this point, it was approaching midnight, it was totally pitch black outside, and the ranger knew that at this point, Charles was missing, and they really needed to organize a true search party to try to find him. But they would have to do that the next morning when they had light again. And so the ranger called out a few more times for Charles, and after not hearing anything, he reluctantly turned around and made his way back to his truck and drove back to the ranger station, where he would tell Glenda that he could not find her husband and they would now have to wait for sunrise. At sunrise the next morning, 20 searchers arrived at the trailhead where Charles and Glenda had been, and these searchers had dogs, and all the dogs had Charles's scent from some clothes that was in Glenda's car. And so this big search team very slowly and methodically began moving down this trail. And so they went across the abandoned road, over the train tracks, through the meadow with the white flowers. They got to the steep section of the trail, and they got all the way up to that point where Charles and Glenda had separated, and Charles had gone uphill to do whatever he was going to do. And it was at that point on the steep section that one of the searchers' dogs picked up Charles's scent and took off running uphill. And the searcher, whose dog this was, took off running after the dog, and the dog, it went up for a little while, up the steep rocky outcropping, and then it turned and began going down again until it reached a different meadow, so not the same one they walked through with the white flowers. This was farther away to the right, and in this meadow, the dog, who still very much had the scent, began to slow down, and it went straight for this tree. That was kind of a standalone tree right at the base of this steep section, and this tree had low hanging branches, maybe 5 feet off the ground, and the dog went right right up to the tree, and then it stopped for a second, and the searcher by this point had caught up to the dog, and so he's looking at this tree, and he sees the ground looks really disturbed, and there's deep gouges in this tree, and then the dog went around this tree and sprinted another 50 feet or so, and then stopped, like it had found something. And when the searcher caught up to his dog, he looked down and he found what they feared the most. It was Charles, and he was deceased. His body was totally mangled, his arms and legs were eaten away, there were deep cuts and gouges all over his body, and there was a blood trail from Charles all the way back to this tree. Also, just a few feet from Charles's outstretched hand was a camera, Charles's camera. Now, it was obvious that something horrific had happened to Charles, and there were clear signs of a struggle that took place near this tree, and then also over here where he was found, there were clear marks on the ground that there was some sort of fight that happened right here. But interestingly, Charles was carrying a gun, but it appeared that he did not unholster it and he didn't fire it. Instead, it almost looked like whatever was happening to Charles, he refused to put his camera down, which is why it was so close to his hand when he finally died. And so it was decided that the only way to determine what happened to Charles would be to develop his camera, to figure out what he was taking pictures of before he died. And so authorities would send off Charles's camera roll to be developed, and 2 weeks later, when they got it back, they couldn't believe what they saw. The photos very clearly told the story of what happened to Charles. This is what happened after Charles left his wife on that trail. When Charles stopped his wife and signaled to her that he wanted to take one more picture up the trail, he had found a photographic opportunity of a lifetime. The warm spring weather that had drawn Charles and Glenda out of their house to Glacier National Park had also woken the grizzly bears in the park from their hibernation. And what Charles had seen up the trail was a mother grizzly bear and her 3 cubs. The first few photographs that Charles would take of these bears were shot from a good distance away, and it just showed the mother bear and her 3 babies just kind of sauntering around the rocks, not really paying any attention to Charles. To Charles, grizzly bears were the most majestic creatures in nature. He didn't just love them, he viewed them as if they were sort of magical in some way. He was always going to local town meetings to speak about grizzly bears' beauty, and we needed to defend their natural habitat. As such, anyone who knew Charles knew about his passion for grizzlies. And while of course Charles knew that grizzly bears were dangerous, he also thought that the bears, who were very smart and sensitive, could sense his own very gentle and protective feelings towards them, and so if he was around them, they would never perceive him as a threat. Charles had taken some very good photos of other bears, black bears, but he had never taken what he called the definitive grizzly bear photo. And it was going to be this definitive grizzly photo of the mother and her 3 cubs that would finally get him a spot in the Hungry Horse News publication. As Charles took more and more photos of these bears, you could see in the photos that Charles was getting closer and closer and closer to this mother bear and her cubs. It was obvious that he was tracking them, even as the mother bear and the cubs were clearly trying to walk away from him. Finally, when Charles got about 50 feet away from this family of grizzly bears, he must have kicked a rock or stepped on a twig that broke that startled the bears. And so the second to last photo that Charles would take of this family shows the mother bear very clearly turning around to look at Charles, and she's making perfect eye contact with him, as is one of her cubs. Charles would take one more photo, and in this photo you can see the bears are not just staring at Charles, they are running towards him, they are charging him. And it was likely after taking this photo that Charles realized the danger he was in. At this point, Charles tried to make a run for it by running down the side of this mountain. He got down to that tree with the low-hanging limbs, and he attempted to climb up into it, maybe hoping he could get one more picture of this bear if they would just leave him alone. But the mother bear and her cubs, they came charging down. They saw him up in the tree, and the mother bear began climbing into the tree, and she reached Charles. Now, she likely weighed about 400 pounds, and when mother grizzly bears are defending their young, they are absolutely merciless. And so she must have grabbed him or bit onto him and yanked him from the tree. And Charles somehow, after being pulled to the ground and getting slashed and bit by this bear, He managed to break away from her, as we can tell from the blood trail, and he made it about 50 feet away from this tree before the bear chased him down again, jumped on top of him, and killed him. When authorities figured out that Charles had managed to briefly get away from this mother grizzly bear and made it 50 feet away from her, they wondered why he hadn't pulled out his gun and shot at the bears to defend himself. But Charles's wife, Glenda, said it made perfect sense that Charles had not tried to harm this grizzly bear or her cubs. He loved grizzly bears, and he would never dream of leaving these 3 cubs without their mother. After Charles's death, the Rangers did not attempt to track down this bear and her cubs and do anything to the bears, because they felt like the bears were just acting like bears and it was Charles who was in the wrong. And Charles's family and friends would say that is a decision that Charles would definitely support. Charles's photos of the grizzly bear family were published in the Hungry Horse News alongside an article about his death. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast. We have over 100 episodes. Many of them are exclusive to the podcast, so you can't get them on YouTube.
Well, guy getting mauled by grizzlies. Who would have thought? Well, at least they didn't harm. At least they didn't go after the grizzlies. Okay. I know I'm looking at a lot of older videos, but still. Farm from Hell. Oh yeah, that one. Oof. Beware of the Pope Lick monster? What? Where's paramedic screw up? Damn. Scariest search on Earth. Yeah, I'm not going there. Okay, there was one thing that I wanted to actually watch. Hang on. All-inclusive package from hell. Not that one though. Okay. Where is it? He asks this question, it will kill you. That's the one. Never ask this question unless you want to die. Okay.
Sailors are known to have lots of strange customs while out at sea. Like some sailors believe that bananas are bad luck and so will not bring them on board their vessel, while other sailors believe it's good luck to throw one of their crew members overboard and then reel him back in before beginning a fishing trip, that somehow that will enhance your chances of catching more fish. But while a lot of these customs of the sea are pretty harmless and kind of goofy, there's one custom of the sea that is not at all. It is extremely serious and very, very dark. It's known simply as the delicate question, and in short, once a sailor asks this delicate question under certain circumstances, there's no going back for that crew. And today, we're going to learn about one of the most famous examples of this custom being carried out in real life. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please go through all the Like Button's social media posts and correct their spelling and grammar in the comments section. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the morning of February 6th, 1821, 4 young men stood on the deck of a small boat out in the Pacific Ocean. The sun was out, it was beautiful and warm, the water was crystal blue, but none of these 4 men were paying any attention to their surroundings. Instead, all of them were just standing there in total silence, staring at each other. Finally, one of the 4 men spoke up. His name was Owen Coffin, and he was 18 years old. And Owen, like the other 3 men, had grown up on the water. In fact, all 4 of these men had grown up on the small island called Nantucket off the coast of Massachusetts, where the main industry there was whaling, which meant sailors like these 4 men would go out and hunt whales and slaughter them for their oil. So from the time Owen and the rest of these men were very little, they were out on the water learning how to sail, and they were also learning the customs of the sea. And there was one custom in particular that Owen wanted to talk about right now with the other 3 men. So, in a very serious and hushed tone, Owen asked the question of the other 3 men that sailors referred to as the delicate question. And after Owen asked the so-called delicate question, the other 3 men, who were already very serious and just kind of standing there in silence, suddenly their eyes started to go wide and their mouths went agape. And then again, all of the men just kind of fell into total silence. The only sound they could hear was the splashing of the waves against the side of the boat. The captain of this vessel was a man named George Pollard. He was 28 years old, and he was actually Owen's older cousin. And what George wanted to say to Owen in response to his delicate question was no. But George didn't say that. Instead, he just put his hands up over his mouth and stared kind of incredulously at Owen and the other 2 men who were also teenagers. Their names were George and Barzillai. And as he stared at these other 3 men, he realized that their answers to the delicate question was a resounding yes. They knew it had to be a yes. They had to do this. And even though George could totally override them because he was the captain and so technically in charge, he knew in this situation, under this particular custom, he couldn't overrule them. And so, with his hands still over his mouth, George just nodded a yes. Yes, let's go forward with this custom. And so, with a unanimous decision to move forward, Owen slowly reached down and pulled out the ship's logbook from underneath one of the seats behind him. And then he opened up the book and he flipped to the back pages of the logbook, which were totally blank, and he grabbed one of the pieces of paper and he ripped it out of the book. Then Owen began to rip this piece of paper into strips. First, he ripped 3 identically long pieces of paper, and he held up all 3 at the same time to show the others that these are the 3 that are the same. And each of the 3 nodded their head, yes, we see that. And then Owen reached down, he grabbed the paper again, and he ripped a 4th strip out, and this one was dramatically shorter than the other 3. And so Owen held up this much shorter piece, and he showed Charles, George, and Barzillai, and again, they all kind of nodded in agreement, yes, we see, that's the short piece. And so once the whole group was satisfied that they had their 4 strips, Owen took off his hat, he put all 4 of the strips inside, mixed it around, and held out his hat. It was time. The first man to reach into Owen's hat was Owen's older cousin and the captain, George. He reached in, he pulled one of the strips of paper out, closed it in his fist so he had no idea which one it was, and pulled it back and held it close to his chest. And then one by one, each of the other men did the same thing, reaching in, grabbing their strip, not looking at it, and holding it against their chest. And then once all the strips had been taken, at the exact same time, all 4 men extended their hands into the middle of the circle they were standing in, and they opened their hands palm up to reveal which strip they got. And George, Charles, and Barzillai all had the identical long pieces, and Owen, the 18-year-old, the younger cousin of the captain, the one who had ripped up the strips, he had the short strip. And immediately, when his older cousin, George, saw this, he yelled out, "No, let me take that one." But Owen said, "No, this is customary. I want this." And so after a few moments of the men kind of collecting themselves and calming down, Charles then grabbed the logbook again, flipped to the back of it, pulled out another blank page, and he ripped it into strips again, except now he was only ripping them into 3 strips, 2 long that were identical and 1 short. And once again, as he ripped them, he held them up to show the other men, to show this was a fair process. Then Charles took off his hat, put the 3 strips inside, and extended it to George and Barzillai. Owen was not a part of this round. And so George and Barzillai, one by one, reached in, took their strip, held it to their chest, and then Charles, he would take the last strip, he would hold it to his chest, and then once all the men had their pieces, they held their hands out into the middle of their now smaller circle, they opened their hands, palm up, and this time it would be Charles, the man who ripped up this second round, who would discover he had the short strip. And as soon as Charles saw this, he threw it on the ground and he ran to the other side of the boat and began screaming, "I can't do this! I can't do it!" Meanwhile, Owen, George, and Barzillai didn't even move or flinch. They just stood there waiting for Charles to calm down, because they knew he knew this was a very important custom, and once you begin doing it, you can't just stop. Charles would have to come back over and play his role. And so after a few minutes of Charles still kind of calling out that he couldn't do this, tears are coming down his face, he finally wiped the tears, he calmed himself down, and he walked back over to the group, who again, they hadn't moved. George, Barzillai, and Owen, they're just standing there waiting to continue this custom. And so as Charles began coming back over, looking ready to continue, George, without even saying anything, reached down and unlatched a door on the side of the boat. He opened it up, he reached in, and he pulled out this long object that was wrapped in canvas. And then he handed this object to Charles. And then once Charles had possession of this object, Owen, the man who had first drawn the short piece of paper, said to the group, "Now it's time for a moment of silence," even though at this point none of the men were talking. But still, they formed a tight circle with Charles holding this object, and they all bowed their heads, and they just stood there in total silence. And then, once Owen raised his head, the other 3 did as well, and Owen, one by one, touched the shoulders of each of the men and reminded them that this had been a fair process. Then, without saying another word, Owen turned away from the group. He walked over to the edge of the boat, looking out over the water. He got down on his knees. He made sure his posture was good, and he looked out over the water. Owen had always loved the ocean, even though his own father had died out at sea. But this particular whaling expedition that Owen had been on, he thought went extremely well, and he was very proud of what they had all accomplished. And Owen was especially proud to be a part of this particular custom. This custom was one that so few people ever took part in, but all sailors knew about it. It was kind of like the forbidden custom. And here he was playing a central role, which really required a lot of strength. And so, feeling very proud of himself, Owen, after looking out over the water for a few more moments, he bent down and put his chin on the edge of the boat, which signaled to Charles it was time. And then once Charles saw that Owen was in position, he stepped away from George and Barzillai and walked over to Owen, carrying this object wrapped in canvas. And then once he was right behind Owen, without saying a word to him, he unwrapped the object, and it was a rifle. And once the rifle was uncovered, he placed the barrel against the back of Owen's head, and then he fired a shot. And instantly, Owen slumped to the ground, dead, and Charles kind of staggered back and fell on the deck and let out this strangled scream. He couldn't believe what he had just done, but he knew there was no other choice. Once they decided to do this sacred custom, they had to take it to the end. And so George, who had just witnessed the execution of his younger cousin, was deeply troubled and pained, but he too knew they had to bring this custom to the finish line, which meant it was George's turn to step forward and play his part. And so George walked up to his now dead younger cousin, and George pulled out a serrated knife and cut off Owen's head. And then once Owen's head was removed, he placed it on the deck so Owen's face was looking away from the other men, like he couldn't see what they were going to do. And then once the head was in place, George went back to Owen's body and began cutting him open and pulling his organs out and handing them to Charles and Barzillai. George also began cutting off long strips of Owen's flesh, creating sort of like fillets. And then, even though there was a spot on the boat to have a fire, the three men decided they just could not wait. And before long, the only sound that could be heard on board this little boat floating out at sea on the Pacific Ocean was the sound of Charles, George, and Barzillai tearing into Owen's raw flesh with their teeth, turning their beards bright red with his blood. The delicate question that Owen asked the other men at the beginning of this story was one of the most feared questions amongst sailors. And it was only asked if there was a shipwreck or some sort of emergency that happened out at sea, which meant the group had almost no chance of survival. Only in those circumstances was the delicate question appropriate. And what it was, do we draw lots to determine which one of us dies so the other can eat them in order to have a better chance at survival? And so during that first round, when Owen had drawn the short strip of paper, that determined he would be the one who was murdered and eaten. And then in the second round, when Charles drew the short strip of paper, that meant he would be the one to kill Owen. On February 6th, 1821, the day that Owen posed the delicate question, he and the other three men had been lost at sea for the past 3 months after a whale had struck the side of their whaling boat and left them adrift with almost no food and no water. There had been other men on board the Essex who had died from starvation and exposure, and their bodies had been consumed by the surviving sailors until on February 6th, they were down to just these 4 men and no more bodies to eat, which is why they decided it was time. They had to ask the delicate question. 17 days after Owen sacrificed himself so the others could eat him, another boat happened to drift past the stranded Essex boat, which now only contained Charles and George. Barzillai had died of starvation 5 days after they killed Owen, and Barzillai had been eaten by George and Charles as well. And as this other ship passed by the Essex and they looked on board, all they saw were skeletons of the men that had died and been eaten, and Charles and George were on opposite ends of the boat, curled up in a ball, chewing on human finger bones, trying to get the last bits of flesh off. And their bodies were totally emaciated, their hair and their beards were wild, they looked totally feral. And then when this boat actually came up alongside the Essex and boarded to rescue Charles and George looked terrified. It was like they had totally lost their grip on reality. They had been lost at sea for 94 days and had consumed all of their friends, and so it makes sense they might go kind of crazy. But after this crew was able to get Charles and George fed and get them water and cleaned up, they kind of regained their composure and their sanity, and they were very thankful and happy to be alive. The story of what happened to the crew of the Essex quickly spread all around the world, and in fact, it served as inspiration for Herman Melville to write his classic American novel, Moby Dick.
What?
On March 22nd, 1994,
Moby Dick was inspired by a cannibal act of people lost at sea. What the f? Okay, you learn something new every day. Alright, so that dreaded question was draw lots. See, guys. My cat was in the window. He was kind of banging on the glass. Oh, oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, one more. And then we go right out, okay? Let's see, which one should we take? Hmm. Real story of the undead army. Sounds interesting. Or do we want the ritual? This ritual would kill you. Kind of wanted to end it at a horror note, so.
There are many extreme religious practices and rituals out there, but there may be none more extreme than the Buddhist monk practice of Shokusenbutsu. This brutal ritual was created in 835 AD, and since then, over 1,000 years, countless monks have tried to do it. However, only 24 have ever actually been successful. Today, I'm going to walk you through the 3 phases of this ritual, and at the end, I'm going to show you pictures of what a successful Shokusenbutsu looks like. However, be warned, the images are very disturbing, so viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is counting something really important, start shouting out random numbers to mess them up. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Buddhists believe that human life is a constant cycle of birth, suffering, and then death. And then you're reborn, you suffer again, you die again, over and over and over again, forever, unless you're able to achieve enlightenment, or nirvana as it's called. However, no one really knows what nirvana actually is, what it looks like, what it feels like, where it is. Buddhists will say that the only way to actually understand nirvana is to experience it yourself. It's kind of like trying to describe to someone what chocolate tastes like. You can use any number of superlatives to describe the flavor, but until that person bites a piece of chocolate, they won't really fully understand it. And so, the goal of all Buddhists is to try to attain nirvana. And every day, hundreds of millions of Buddhists all around the world try very hard to do just that. But within Buddhism, there is a small subset of practitioners who have effectively dedicated their entire existence to attaining nirvana. And these people are the famous Buddhist monks. It is extremely difficult to become a Buddhist monk because the sacrifice is enormous. You have to leave your family, your friends, society, all your possessions, your name, your status, everything, and go live in a monastery, which is a kind of isolated place where monks live, and there you will spend your life living this very simple, very strict religious life where basically all you do is try to attain nirvana. As a result of this extreme lifestyle that Buddhist monks live, they have developed a reputation for being some of the most disciplined people on the planet. But even by Buddhist monk standards, their sacred ritual of Sokushinbutsu takes discipline to a whole nother level. Last week, our company decided that we needed to hire a graphic designer, and so I got tasked with finding candidates. Now, I got no idea how to do that, and so naturally, I went on Google and I looked up, where can I find good graphic designer candidates? But I accidentally wrote malnourished, angry saltwater crocodiles instead of good graphic designer candidates, an easy mistake to make. But because I didn't catch it, before long, me and old Singo Lung were stuck up in northern Australia up to our lacrimal puncta in Crocodilus porosus. Now, of course, me and Lung did our best to try to calm these beasts down and try to teach them graphic design to make the most of this work trip. But these salties were just not that interested in graphic design, and they lacked basic finger dexterity. And so it was as we were sitting up in this tree, hiding from this bask of angry salties down below, that old Lung jumped up and threw a javelin directly into my heart and said, "Apa miertnem hesnalod ZipRecruiter," which of course in Hungarian means, "Dad, why didn't you just use ZipRecruiter?" And boy was old Lungy right. ZipRecruiter uses its powerful technology to both find and match the right candidates to your job. ZipRecruiter also has a user-friendly dashboard with a full suite of tools that will allow you to filter, review, and rate your applicants all in one place. And now, with the invite to apply feature, it lets you immediately access a list of candidates with qualifications that match your job description. See a candidate who'd be perfect for your job? ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send a personal invite to them and other top choices. See how much easier hiring is with ZipRecruiter, which is the #1 rated hiring site according to G2 satisfaction ratings as of January 1st, 2022. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ziprecruiter.com/MrBallin. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/MrBallin. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Okay, back to the story. Sokushinbutsu was created over 1,000 years ago up in the rugged mountains of northern Japan by a sect of Buddhists called the Shingon. And the Shingon believed that you could attain nirvana through physical punishment. And out of that idea was born the incredibly brutal Sokushinbutsu ritual. In short, Buddhist monks can choose to participate in this ritual, and if they successfully complete it, they might attain nirvana. But they won't know until the ritual is over. Meaning it's kind of like a big gamble. Put yourself through absolute hell, and maybe you have this huge payoff, but maybe not. However, trying to attain nirvana through other means was really difficult. There was no other really clear pathways to nirvana, and so having this one distinct pathway, no matter how difficult it was really appealing. And so since its creation, hundreds and hundreds of Buddhist monks have tried it, and maybe less than 100 have actually successfully completed it, and then of that 100 or less, only 24 have actually attained nirvana through this process. The instructions for Sokushinbutsu are actually quite simple. There are 3 phases. Phase 1 is called Moku Jikagayo, which roughly means tree-eating training, and it's primarily focused on the monk's diet. It takes 1,000 days to complete this phase. However, most monks go much longer than 1,000 days. During this phase, monks will only eat byproducts of trees, things like seeds, nuts, tree bark, tree roots, pine needles, and they will collect all this food on their own. It should be noted, though, that some monks in this first phase will ingest small rocks. This is likely done because they are starving and they can't find food, and by eating the rocks take up space in their stomach and kind of curb their appetite a little bit. But because they don't actually digest the rocks, they're not technically breaking the phase 1 diet restrictions, and so they can continue on with this ritual. Additionally, during this first phase, the monks adhere to a very involved and strenuous physical exercise routine, and then whenever they're not foraging for food or exercising, they are meditating. At the end of the 1,000th day of phase 1, if the monk has survived, because sometimes phase 1 monks do die mostly from starvation, it is up to them if they are ready to move on to phase 2. This decision ultimately comes down to whether or not, 1, the monk actually adhered to the strict rules of phase 1, something really only that monk would know, and then 2, whether or not the monk actually believes they are spiritually ready to move on to phase 2. Phase 2 is much shorter than phase 1, but it is significantly more challenging. And so the monks going into phase 2, they really need to kind of bring their A game and have no second thoughts. They need to be fully committed to phase 2 in order to successfully complete it. For reference, most of the 24 monks who successfully attained nirvana through this ritual repeated phase 1, 2, or even 3 times just to make sure they really were ready. Phase 2 is called Nyojo, and it roughly translates to deep meditation. But a better way to think about what this phase entails is these monks need to enter into a sort of trance-like state, almost like an out-of-body experience, because what they're going to go through in this phase is so physically uncomfortable that unless you're able to kind of detach mentally, there's just no way to go through with it. And so during the second phase, the monks will sit down and meditate basically constantly for 100 straight days. And during that time, they don't eat any more tree byproducts or rocks. Instead, they have a liquid diet. They drink a little bit of salt water, and they drink a lot of a very particular kind of tea. The tea is made from Toxicodendron verniculum tree bark, which contains the same toxin in poison ivy. Meaning, for phase 2, you basically just sit alone by yourself for 100 days while simultaneously drinking a poisonous tea that causes a massive allergic reaction inside of your throat and stomach that causes an intense itching sensation inside of you that you cannot physically itch. Also, this poisonous tea gives you explosive diarrhea and it makes you vomit a lot. If you somehow manage to survive all 100 days of phase 2, and unfortunately many monks don't, you automatically move on to phase 3. Unlike phase 1, phase 2 never gets repeated, most likely because it almost certainly would be fatal to do so. Phase 3 is either the easiest or the hardest part of the Sokushinbitsu ritual, depending on how you look at it. It doesn't have a name like the other 2 phases, perhaps because so few people make it to this part of the ritual, but regardless, phase 3 definitely has a strict set of rules like the other 2 phases. The phase 3 monk has a small pine box that has no windows built just for them. It needs to be big enough that they can sit inside of it in the lotus pose, which is how they typically sit when they're meditating. And then once it's all built, the monk climbs into this box. They put a lid over the top of it, but they put a bamboo shoot, like a bamboo pole, through the cover of this box, so there is a breathing tube for this monk inside of this box. And then they lower the monk inside of the small pine box 10 feet into this hole in the ground, and then once they ensure the bamboo pole is going to be above ground so they can breathe, they fill the hole in with charcoal. Before we cover what happens next in phase 3, you need some context about what this ritual is actually doing to the monks performing it. Phase 1, tree eating training, serves 2 purposes. The first is it's kind of like a big gut check. It really shows who wants to do this ritual and who doesn't. It's kind of like if you can't complete phase 1, you certainly can't complete phase 2 or phase 3. So it's like a filter. It weeds out the weak monks. The second purpose of phase 1 is to literally shrink the monk. The tree-eating diet, combined with the constant physical exercise, removes all of their body fat and a lot of their muscle, and so they're incredibly lean by the end of phase 1. And this will be significant when we talk about the end of phase 3. Phase 2, deep meditation phase, serves 2 purposes as well. The first purpose is that it puts the monk into that trance-like state, and then the second purpose it serves is the toxin inside of this poisonous tea kills off all of the naturally occurring bacteria and parasites inside of the monk. Again, that will become significant when we get to the end of phase 3. Speaking of which, so in phase 3, the monk is put in their box, they're lowered 10 feet into the ground, the breathing bamboo chute is installed, the charcoal is dumped on top of them, and then for several days, the third phase monk will sit in total darkness and meditate constantly, and each day, they have a bell down there with them, they ring the bell. That's the only thing they have to do besides meditate. And above ground, there is a team of monks that are supporting this ritual, and they're listening for that bell. And the first day they don't hear the bell, it means the monk in the box has completed the ritual, and now it is time to see if they have attained nirvana. In Buddhism, someone whose body does not decay, aka a mummy, is someone who has cheated death. And to cheat death is to remove yourself from the vicious human life cycle of birth, suffering, death, repeat. Meaning, becoming a mummy is a way to attain nirvana. And Sokushin Butsu is a self-mummification ritual. Phase 1 shrinks the monk's body, it removes their fat and muscle, it also removes a lot of moisture inside of their body, and their diet also withholds nutrients to all of the bacteria and parasites that naturally occur inside of their bodies. And so those bacteria and parasites that normally would play a big role in helping decompose your body after death begin to die off. And so the cumulative effect of phase 1 on these monks is that if they were to die at the end of phase 1, their decomposition would be drastically slowed. It wouldn't be mummy status, but it would be close. The phase 2 poisonous tea, that toxin that they're drinking, that kills off the remainder of the bacteria and parasites that did not die during phase 1. Also, all the vomiting and diarrhea completely dehydrates them, which aids in slowing down decomposition after death. Finally, phase 3 is the death phase. The monk goes into their tomb, they're buried underground, and they ring that bell each day to tell the people on the ground that they are still alive. And then when the bell stops ringing, it means the monk in the box is dead. At which point the crew on the ground removes the bamboo breathing pole and then lets the body sit in the box underground for another 1,000 days. And then after 1,000 days, they pull the box up, they lift the lid off, and if there is little to no signs of decay on their body, it means the self-mummification ritual worked, they're a mummy, they've attained nirvana, and now their body is holy. And so they're brought out of the box, they're dressed in robes, they're placed in the monasteries, and they are worshipped. As for the unlucky monks who get to the end of Sokushin Butsu, but are found to be decomposing inside of their box when they're brought back up again, they're just placed back inside of their pine box and buried, and they are not worshipped. Sokushin Butsu was made illegal in Japan in the late 19th century, but we know monks continued to practice it into the 20th century, and in theory, today, monks still might practice it in secret. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, the next time the like button is counting something really important.
Okay, so we're talking about the longest suicide. How fucked up is that? God damn. I'm not gonna end it here. No, that was horrifying. That was horrible. Okay. Force so evil it's illegal to enter. Okay. Let's go.
I have to start today's video with a disclaimer. Don't go to Dudleytown, Connecticut. This is not a prank, it's not a stunt, it's not clickbait, it's the truth. I'm confident that at the end of this video, there are gonna be people that want to go. Don't do it. One, it's illegal to go to Dudleytown, it's private property. And two, as you'll see in today's video, there is a reason why people abandoned Dudleytown. It is not a safe place for people. But before we get into the story about Dudleytown, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is playing an intense game of online FIFA, wait until they get the lead and then unplug their Wi-Fi. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. It was a bright summer day in 1906, and Dr. William C. Clark and his wife Harriet were driving slowly through a beautiful part of northwestern Connecticut called Litchfield County. Litchfield is a rural, very hilly area with lots of winding country roads, and the Clarks were there to try to scout out an area to build their second home. The couple lived full-time in New York City, where Dr. Clark was an oncologist, which is a cancer doctor, and he was also a professor at the Columbia College of Physicians and Surgeons. And while the Clarks' lives were very exciting and fulfilling in the city, they were also very hectic and chaotic, and so the reason they had settled on Litchfield as the place to look for a location for their second home is because it was the total opposite of the city. It was quiet, it was peaceful, it was perfect. And so as this couple from New York City drove along these winding backcountry roads, they eventually reached this beautiful covered wooden bridge, and after they drove across it, they got this view up onto this mountainside off to their right, and high up on this mountain was this huge, shaded, beautiful forest. And they saw there was a road that appeared to kind of spider off and go into these woods. Now, the couple had no idea what was up there, but it was just so beautiful, and they were immediately so drawn to it that they decided they would go check it out and see if maybe there was a spot for their second home in these woods. And so Dr. Clark took the car and he went up this access road, and very quickly as they began climbing up this hillside, the road became very bumpy and overgrown. It was pretty obvious that not many cars were driving into these woods, and so before they even reached the tree line, Dr. Clark had to pull the car over and park it on the side of the road, and then he and Harriet got out, and then on foot they continued up towards the forest. And once the couple actually entered the forest, immediately the sunlight faded because the canopy over their heads was so thick, and the air became cool and refreshing. And after walking for only a couple of minutes, the forest, which at first seemed very still and quiet, suddenly became alive. They could hear birds chirping and animals running around and insects buzzing, and then up ahead they saw there was this field off to the side of the road that was full of all these wild apple trees growing in all different directions. And as they got closer, they saw there was just a deer right in the middle of the apple trees eating apples directly off the branches. And then just past all these apple trees, the couple began passing these huge, beautiful patches of roses and lilacs and bright yellow bitter tansy flowers that lined the road. And then before long, the couple was stepping over these babbling brooks, and off in the distance they could hear the sound of running water like fresh spring water coming down off the mountain. And then as the sun did begin to poke through the canopy above them, it almost looked like the forest was sparkling, literally. This forest was sitting on a hillside, and the hillside, which was made up of rock, had mica inside of it. And mica is a kind of mineral that when sunlight hits it, it almost looks like it's shimmering. And of course, there were the owls. As Dr. Clark and his wife walked farther and farther into this beautiful forest, they heard more and more owls hooting off in the distance. And to the Clarks, this made the forest feel enchanted. It was like the owls were personally greeting them. By the time the couple had turned around and begun heading back to their car, they had already made up their mind that they were going to build their second home in that forest. And so, after returning to their home in New York, they promptly put in the paperwork to purchase 1,000 acres inside of that Connecticut forest. And that forest had a name. It was called Dark Entry, and it was named that because it looked like from the outside, the forest was basically dark all the time. There was shade cast on it from mountains nearby, and then also the canopy inside of Dark Entry is exceptionally thick. At one time, there actually had been a town inside of Dark Entry Forest. However, all the people who had lived in that town were now all gone. The only remnants of this town were a couple of crumbling stone walls and a couple of home foundations that were scattered about the Dark Entry forest floor. The Clarks had seen some of these ruins as they walked along this overgrown path through the forest, but they weren't concerned. Instead, they felt like these ruins actually added some charm to the forest. After the land purchase was finalized, Dr. Clark began looking for local builders in Connecticut who could help him build this second home inside of Dark Entry Forest. But no matter how much money he offered these local Connecticut builders, they all said no. Now, none of them gave a straight answer to Dr. Clark about why they were turning him down, so Dr. Clark just kind of assumed that, hey, this project is not huge, it's just one house, and the forest is pretty isolated and hard to get to, and so he thought, probably these builders think it's not worth the effort. But Dr. Clark was not discouraged. He decided he would just build the house himself. After all, he was a very handy, competent guy who had grown up on a farm in New Jersey, and so he knew how to build things. And so, for the next several months, Dr. Clark would travel from New York City to Dark Entry Forest every weekend, and he would build this home. First, he cut down this massive swath of hemlock trees on this one flat patch of his land, and then with all this lumber he had cut down, he built his rustic two-story cabin on this flat part of his land. And then nearby on this hilltop, there was a freshwater spring at the top, and so he laid piping from the spring into his cabin so they could have fresh water. And then at the bottom of this nearby hill was this brook, and Dr. Clark loved just standing and watching this brook because inside of it were all these trout that would dart all around. And so Dr. Clark built a swimming pool with beautiful mossy embankments right up against this brook so he could sit there and watch the fish. By Thanksgiving of that year, the cabin was done, and so Dr. Clark and his wife Harriet, they stayed at the cabin to celebrate the holiday. And as they were sitting in their swimming pool watching the trout and listening to the owls hoot off in the distance, they both agreed that this second home was like their little piece of heaven. So every summer from there on out, and every major holiday that they could manage it, the Clarks would travel to their home in Dark Entry Forest, and they would swim and hike and relax, and they'd watch the leaves on the mountainside turn from green to bright yellows and oranges and reds. It was perfect. That is, until 1918. That summer, the couple was in their second home in the forest when Dr. Clark was suddenly called back to New York to attend to a medical emergency. Harriet was very upset at the prospect of suddenly being left alone in this cabin in the middle of the forest by herself for who knows how many days. And so when she dropped her husband off at the nearby train platform, she made him promise that he would come back soon, and he said he would. And then Dr. Clark got on the train, it took off, and Harriet just stood there with her arms crossed, watching it as it chugged along off into the distance. From his comfortable seat on that train, Dr. Clark had no idea that his wife was about to endure a nightmare while he was gone. We've all been there. Your guests are on their way over to your house for your big New Year's Eve party, and right as they pull into your driveway, you realize you've overnogged your smoked chicken gallbladder eggnog. And so with minutes to spare, you leap out of the window, shattering the glass and cutting yourself up badly, and then you jog up to Canada and dive into Baffin Bay, and you jump on top of a narwhal, and after some intense underwater hand-to-flipper combat, you take its horn off its head, and you beat it to death. You take its horn, and then you swim back to land, and you jog back to your house, and you leap in through a different window, shattering the glass. And then after you stand up, you make your way into the kitchen, and you whip up a quick narwhal horn iced soup right as your guests are walking through the front door. Crisis averted, right? Wrong. Smoked chicken gallbladder eggnog and narwhal horn iced soup are both just gross. So your party was doomed either way. But you know what isn't gross? HelloFresh. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal service that delivers actually good tasting food right to your doorstep. With over 35 recipes available every week, there is something to please everyone. Choose from family friendly, fit and wholesome, even veggie. Plus, you can easily customize your meals or sides, upgrading your proteins, or even adding a protein to your veggie meal. And if you're going to be traveling this New Year's, HelloFresh can accommodate your schedule. You can change your preferences, delivery day, and your address in just a few clicks. So if you're ready to stop garnishing your holiday parties with trash food and drink, then sign up for HelloFresh today. To do that, go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin21 for 21 free meals and free shipping. Again, go to HelloFresh.com and use code MrBallin21 for 21 free meals and free shipping. Okay, back to the story. When the Clarks bought their 1,000 acres in the Dark Entry Forest, they did virtually no research on the forest or the surrounding area. If they had, they very likely would not have purchased that land. You see, the town that used to be inside of the Dark Entry Forest, that was now just ruins that the Clarks saw when they first walked around inside of the forest, was abandoned for a very specific reason. It was cursed. At least that's what the locals say. And in fact, that was the reason why no builders in the area were willing to go with Dr. Clark into the forest to go build his house, because they were too scared to go anywhere near the ruins of this cursed town. This town, which was known as Dudleytown, was first settled sometime in the 1740s. At first, it was just a couple of people and a couple of small structures, but pretty quickly, 30 families had moved in and it was a thriving little town. But as the 1700s came to a close, terrible things began to happen to residents of this town. First, there was the Carter family. They moved to Dudleytown in 1759, and shortly after arriving there, 6 members of their family all died suddenly from cholera. The remaining branch of the Carter family was so grief-stricken from their losses that they left Dudleytown and went to New York, where they resettled. But almost immediately after getting set up there, Native Americans raided their property and massacred them, and the 3 people that survived this massacre were 3 of the kids, and they were all kidnapped and taken away. In 1792, a Dudley resident named Hollister died suddenly. Now, we don't know if he fell off a roof or if he was murdered, no one really knows, but what we can agree on is that his untimely death happened in the home of a man named Tanner. And Tanner, following Hollister's death, suddenly just began obsessively talking about these strange creatures he was seeing out in the woods at night, kind of roaming around the Dark Entry Forest. And he talked about it all the time and nobody listened to him. And eventually Tanner went insane and his daughter had to care for him for the rest of his life. And while Tanner was slowly losing his mind, his next door neighbor named Abel also began reporting that he was seeing weird creatures roaming around the tree line all around the town. And as Abel continued to report seeing these strange creatures lurking in the shadows, he too slowly went mad and had to be cared for until his death. In the early 1800s, a famous Revolutionary War hero, General Herman Swift, who lived in Dudleytown, lost his mind shortly after his wife was struck by lightning. And then in 1813, an unknown epidemic rolled through Dudleytown and killed many of its residents. After that, more and more residents of Dudleytown either died suddenly or died mysteriously, and also more and more residents began coming forward with stories about having seen these strange, shadowy creatures moving around the tree line at night. By about 1900, all the Dudleytown residents had either died or simply just left, abandoning their homes, except for one family, the Brophies. But in quick succession, the Brophy family's sheep all died, then the mother died of tuberculosis, then the 2 sons were accused of theft in a nearby town, and then they just disappeared, leaving one person, John Brophy, the father. But the Brophy family home burned to the ground, and so John, who was overcome with grief, just wandered off into the forest and was never heard from again. At that point, Dudleytown officially became a ghost town. No one lived there. And it was at that point, in 1906, when Dr. Clark and Harriet had their beautiful summer's day walk through the forest and discovered where they wanted to build their second home. So, fast forward back to 1918, and Dr. Clark, he's on his medical emergency leave to New York. It winds up being very quick. He's back on a train within 36 hours, and he pulls into the station right near Dark Entry Forest, and he's expecting to see Harriet waiting on the platform for him. But when the train rolled into the station, she wasn't there. Now, Dr. Clark was not a superstitious person, but for some reason, when he didn't see his wife there, He just felt like something was off. There's no reason she wouldn't have come out here to greet him. I mean, she was worried about being all alone in the cabin, and she knew he was going to be arriving at that moment. And so, feeling a little bit panicked, Dr. Clark left the train station and on foot made his way over to the dark entry forest. And when he got there and began walking on that overgrown road path that led to his house, immediately, as soon as he was within the shade of the trees, he began hearing these owls hooting very loudly off in the distance. Now, normally, the sound of these owls hooting made him feel welcome, but this time he felt scared. He felt like something was wrong up ahead. And so he began jogging through the forest, and it's very dark, and all he can hear is the sound of these owls, and it's getting louder and louder and louder. And then finally he reaches the clearing where his property is. And at this point, it's a cacophony of owls hooting practically right on top of him. And he looks up towards his house up on this hill, and he sees the front door is slightly open. And so now, with his heart racing, wondering what's going on with his wife, Dr. Clark runs up to his front porch. He gets to the door and he flings it open the rest of the way. And then right before he stepped into his house, this sudden high-pitched noise began up on the second floor inside of his house. And it was so startling to Dr. Clark that he just froze where he was. And so suddenly it's so loud from the owls all around him and the woods behind him and whatever this noise is that he just stood there unsure what to do. And so as he's sitting there getting the courage up to go investigate his house, he realizes what this high-pitched noise is. It's the sound of maniacal, insane laughter coming from the second floor. Sensing his wife had to be in danger, the doctor charged up the nearby steps up to the second floor, and he could tell this laughter, this high-pitched laughter, was coming from the master bedroom. And so he ran down the short hallway, he got in front of the closed door that led into the master bedroom, he slowly opened it up, and there, in the back corner of his room, was his wife. She was on the ground, rolled up in a ball, facing the door. Her hands were clenched in fists, her eyes were open and unblinking, and her mouth was open wider than was humanly possible. And as he's staring at his wife, wondering what's going on, he realizes this insane, high-pitched laughter is coming from his wife. But it doesn't even look like it's coming out of her. Her chest is just heaving, her mouth is staying open, and the laughter is just coming out of her. And so the doctor just stood there watching his wife, who's staring directly at his eyes. And finally, he just got so scared, he turned and he ran. During Dr. Clark's 36 hours he was away in New York, something happened to his wife. We don't know what it was, but it caused her to lose her mind. The only thing she would talk about was the strange creatures she saw out in the forest. By some accounts, Harriet spent the rest of her life in a mental asylum. By other accounts, she went back with Dr. Clark to New York, where she took her life. Today, Dudleytown is not only still abandoned, but it is also illegal to visit. However, people do still sneak into Dudleytown and walk around the ruins, and many of them have reported feeling these pockets of cold air where there shouldn't be cold air, and also some others have said, as they've been walking, they've felt phantom hands slap them and push them. Some have said they've taken photographs inside of the Dark Entry Forest near Dudleytown, and they've captured strange, shadowy figures that they couldn't see with their naked eye. The famous paranormal couple, Ed and Lorraine Warren, shot a special series in the 1970s inside of the Dark Entry Forest, and they declared the area around Dudleytown was demonically possessed. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of this episode and you haven't done this already, the next time the like button is playing...
Okay, so never go to Dudleytown. Got it. I'm good, Taylor. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm making up for stream for yesterday. It is actually 12 a.m. here. So, yeah. No. No. Never go to Dudleytown. Ed and Lorraine Warren, paranormal investigators, declared Dudleytown a demonic infested site. Never, ever go to Dudleytown. Ever. Oh yeah, I've been on for nearly 12 hours. I don't even. I have been addicted to Minecraft now. Funny enough. Yeah, it does. Although, I think it's pretty boring. But we're gonna go ahead and raid out. So please do cover the raid message, and if you are subscribed, please do spam the raid emote at your leisure. Now let's see who is live and who we can raid. Ooh, I actually know who will want to raid. If we can. And making sure that we are writing his name correctly, we're gonna go ahead and raid Craven. Alright, guys, thank you so much for joining me here today. Even though you stayed a short while or a long time, it doesn't matter which one it was. I thank you so much for being here with me for this long ass stream of 11 hours and 20 minutes. God. Well, at least it was 11 hours. The intro was like 20 minutes long. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. I will be a little late. I will not be streaming Horizon Forbidden West tomorrow. I am going to do some horror. Okay? But we were doing some makeup time for yesterday because I had to go to the hospital with my friend, Blueberry. She's fine now. Everything's good. If you didn't catch that with you earlier today. She's doing better. She's keeping down food. No stomach pain whatsoever at this point. But yes, everything's good. But as always, take care of yourself. That means eat, drink, and get sleep. If you have the opportunity and the energy, take care of each other. But most importantly, remember, you are beautiful creatures. I will see you all tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful, awesome start to your weekend. Until next time.